Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, Dogs.CH champion in the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Lebron. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunt. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, Dogs.CH champion in the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Lebron. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the
What's up, fellas? Did y'all take care of your dogs today? Did y'all give them that water? Did you clean up all that shit? Is they eating good? Do you have bulldogs? Oh yeah! Yeah, I'm feeling it, y'all. Y'all feeling it with me, man? Is y'all feeling that with me today? Yeah. Where my DJ at? Give me some bust down. Bust it down. What's up, chat? I see you in here. What's up, fellas? What's up? Yeah, y'all saw a dig up there today. Yeah, that's right. We ain't got nobody else to put there in his place. That's right. He's still dog of the month. See somebody get him down. What's up, Sniper? What's up there, Black? Dan John, what's up, baby? Lefty, you in the house, baby? What's up there, chat room? What's up there, people out there? It's another day in the world of the Bulldogs. Can I say pit bulls so nobody get this thing twisted? Is it even safe to say bulldog anymore? We got so many bullies and all these other kind of things out here with the bull in it. Maybe we need to get back to straight pit bulls. Just straight pit bulls. Damn it. I'm feeling today like a bulldog. Maybe a pit bull. Yeah, a pit bull. How y'all doing today, fellas? Hope y'all took care of your dogs today. Yeah, my normal questioning. You know, this is as always a historical moment that we're spending our time sitting here talking about these things. There's nothing much fictional about it. Most of it is, but we want to keep it that way. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to put a shout out to everybody out there today, especially in my chat room. Especially in my chat room. Today, we ain't got a subject today. We're going to talk about y'all. We're going to talk about dogs. Dogs. Yep, we're going to talk about some dogs. What I noticed was, you know, I said something last week about it. I'm going to say something again about it today. I go through the videos and I try to see, you know, which ones you guys like. And the funniest ones is the ones that concern me the most is, didn't nobody really step up on the taking care of your dog part when it comes to fixing your dog up. So that shows me that, you know, ain't too many people needing to fix their dogs up and in this line of work here, a little concerning. Because what we do, we should always be trying to fix something up. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it real. You know, everybody basically in this room, everybody ever sit down and watch these videos, I always say, to me, the most important parts was when I need you guys, like me the most. And that would be, man, how do I put my dog back up? How do I fix my dog? You know, gotta know how to fix your dog immediately. Things go bad, you know what I'm saying? You gotta know how to make the damn proper treatments immediately. So I look at those videos and I say, well, when all the other videos jump up to 2K quick, but it's the ones that's always like the BBs in medicine, it finally jumped over. But the two that is real important, actually the three was the ringers, and the stitching, and the medical attention. Very important things, guys. And it just shows the game itself and you viewers that a lot of you guys don't have no need for it because a lot of you guys ain't doing shit. That's all. I'm not saying that, you know, to go out there and rip up your yard to do something, but I'm just saying that just shows you how active the game is. It's not very active. At least to the point that for some of you new guys concerning at this point in your careers. You know, yeah, we got a lot of views, over 1,000 something, but you know, in this thing, I will be wanting to see that a lot higher because it's very important that you clean these animals up. The quicker you clean them up, the quicker they heal up. And they don't leave too much scar tissue that sit there and just sits on your dog and look like a sore thumb. Okay, we always have kennel accidents. Those happen. We cannot hide from those. We cannot deny those. That's why I'm always saying, check your chains. Check your chains. Check your collars. Feed your dogs. You ain't feed them enough. Collars are loose. Tighten the collar. Add a hole. Or take a little screwdriver and some heat and burn right through there and give them another hole. Just keep your yard safe. Another thing I haven't pushed up on was just security. We talk about it, but you never see me come in here and just start putting cameras all over the screen, showing you what cameras that y'all need to have. But you all need cameras. Now, you're going to keep on hearing me say that because you'll be surprised. Something happens on your yard, you ain't got no cameras, you don't know what happened. It's going to always be an assumption. But when you go back and hit that rewind and play back, you see things that happens on your yard. A lot of things happen since I put up cameras. There was a lot of things that I noticed was going on around my crib when I wasn't home. You know, that was a good thing about it, because I started realizing, hey, you know, it's good to have them, because there is a lot of activity happening when I'm not home that I really didn't never pay attention to, because when you're gone, you're gone. But you'd be surprised on the kind of things that happen. Even on your yard, you get a camera showing out there on your dog. Go back one day and sit back and look at the cameras. And look how your dogs behave during certain times. You'd be surprised on just looking at the dogs and what they do. They just don't sit around and lay around all day. They be into all kind of little crazy things, talking to each other, throwing wolf tickets, digging holes. You know, you're coming down there and you see them burying holes. You be wondering what the dog did all day. Well, outside the fact, go rewind and watch how hard he worked when he digging. He be working. You know what I'm saying? So it's important that you guys really consider adding that security. Again, I always say, keep it around your dogs. Keep it around any openings you have into your yard. It's very important, because it's important in case them people want to show up. You can see and hear exactly what they're doing. See, a lot of times you'd be surprised on what they say and do when you ain't there. You know, and this is just for protection for you guys that, you know, that have these kind of situations around in your area where they might pop up. And then you try to keep it a secret, but in this game, nothing stays a secret. Nothing stays a secret. So let's protect ourselves, guys. This is the new times, new age. We got the things to do it with. Consider these things into your repertoire tools to have, because they are very important. You know, stop spending so much money on your dogs and start putting it into your yard. Then go put that money into those dogs, because then you have a better security. You have a better understanding on how to control these dogs that you have, that you may have spent good money for. And at the same time, protect yourself. Protect yourself. All right? So let's shout out to the, let's just shout out there to the room. Fellas, I see Rubber City in the house. Mr. Paris Jackson's in the house. Lefty Slick Rick, I see you, baby. I got the eyes on him, okay? Slick Rick, keep your eyes out for him, bro. Let me know what's going on. That's my little eye man right there. That's an Akron boy. Shout out to AK. What's up, baby? Let's see. Damian Johnson, what's up, bro? 6143, what's up? We Hunt, what's up? Knucklehead Kennels, what's up, baby? Peace. See, I got you black and black. Kennels, what's up, bro? Pro 12, what's up, Mr. Mason? How you doing, my friend? Dream Weaver Kennels, what's up, bro? Frank Rizzo, the Riz, what's up, baby? Mongolia Kennels, what's up? I see you, man. Thank you for coming. James Jones, as always. What is up, chat room? What is up, the chat room? Guys, don't forget to hit them subscribe and likes buttons for me. All you new people in here, just slide in tonight. Even when you come back here and you check out the video, don't forget to hit the likes and subscribes. For those who don't subscribe. All right? Now, let me do another shout out to all my entrepreneurs in the YouTube world. Fat Bill, what's up? 7-8 Sports, what's up? Pelican Bay, what's up? Hey, man, I'm taking you up on that offer. I'm coming up there to see you, bro. Other than that, let's go. Let's keep going. Let's see who else is the guy am I missing. I know I'm missing Jeep Red Rascal. What's his name? Jeep Rascal Red Boy. What's up, baby? If I missed it, man, if I got it wrong, I don't worry, I get it right on the next one. Okay, thanks you guys for all coming out. Today is Talk Shit Tuesday. And today we was gonna talk about some more dogs, like the Bando dogs. A lot of you guys was like, hey man, you forgot this part of the Eli dog. Twin, you know, you didn't jump onto the other parts. Well, look, guys, y'all come in my room like y'all go to school. I probably, if I was a school, I would have the best classroom in the whole school. Because my students, they come and they just listen. They listen. They don't wait till after class to say, hey man, I have a question, or I got something I can say. They'll wait till after the class, you know? I appreciate that, guys. But look, man, I can't go into these things unless y'all tell me, okay? I need y'all to tell me these things so we can just all dive in. You know what I mean? We can all dive in. Because see, I'm still talking back in the 90s and the early 2000s, and y'all is up here in the 2023. So, you know, I would like to know, you know, really what dogs you guys got. And I told you, I'm getting up behind this desk. I'm making visits. I'm really gonna be jumping out there, coming to people's places and just videoing your dogs. Let's talk about the dogs. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. All we doing is just showing dogs. We always talking about these pedigrees. I want to see some dogs. I want to see some dogs. Anybody know any champions are? Allegedly, even, we'll take those. We need to bring more out to you guys. You know, I want to bring more of what's the now. What's happening now. I want to know. I'm with y'all. Y'all want to know like I want to know. You know, how can we help each other if we don't know? So we all in this chat room, fellas, and we talk, we pound, we holler, but we really don't know what each other really have. You know, we hear some good comments about what y'all running, but we want more in depth. And you know what I'm saying? We're not here to grade you. We're not here to pick on your yard. We ain't none of that. I just want to see what y'all got. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Lark Johnson, what's up, Mr. Lark? What's up there, Mr. Torres? I see Mr. Torres, I see Mr. Shepard. I'm shouting out all y'all guys as I have again my chat. So I'm trying to keep up with my chat now. Again, last week it was just, it didn't ever move. So I missed a lot of stuff. AJ Butler, what's up, baby? Yeah, now let's get back to this now. Now I got all you guys in there in the room. If I was to say Torres, what's your line, B? I'm gonna ask Torres. Hey, what's your line, man? What you working with? You know, I asked Lefty, what you working with? See, I'm coming direct now. I'm talking to y'all now. I'm tapping y'all in the classroom. I'm pointing out. Okay? So I'm gonna be looking for 2 responses. One from Lefty and one from Mr. Torres. Okay? All I want to know is just what kind of line y'all guys got on your yard. That's all. Mr. AJ, I see Mr. AJ. You say better late than never. You is never late, bro. You can just pop in, man. We always gonna be there for you. Yeah, I'm still waiting, Lefty. Now, all you gotta do is say pineapple, man. I'll leave you alone. Lefty, just say pineapple, man. I'll leave y'all alone. I'll move on to somebody else, okay? Y'all wanna keep it under your wing? It's all good. We really do like to know, you know, because it might be something that somebody else is looking for out there. There's guys really out here, twin. You know, I want to come in the right way. Well, see, I can't help him if I don't know what's really out there for him to see what is the right way. And I have enough good guys in here that I think I got real dogmen in my room. I really believe I have real dogmen in my room. So you real dogmen, let's help each other out. You know what I'm saying? I would like to see more of my chat room's dogs. You know, I like to see guys stand up and pounce about your yard. You know what I'm saying? This is not going to be a hatchet farm. It's not going to ever be that. You know what I mean? So come on, need some help here. Okay, Red Boy Jeep. The BT. I'm lost on the BT, Lefty. I'm lost on that, but thank you for the response. I know that I got the Red Boy Jeep, and I don't know what the B and the T mean. Now the B and the T should be. I don't understand that B and the T at the end. So help me out on the B and the T. Jeep Red Boy Rascal. Yeah, that's a good one. Yo, Butcher Boy stuff, man. Okay, Torres. But guess what, Torres? You like me. You need to sit up here next to me then and talk about your past, bro. How did it work out for you? Was it? Give me some names. I want to be able to take a peek in there. Man, take a look at what you used to have. Because that Carver Butcher Boy, too many people don't say Carver Butcher Boy. All right? That's a hell of a cross there back then. You know what I'm saying? So I know you had some bulldogs. That's right, Mr. D Wizard. What's up, bro? What's up? Bolio Tombstone, Lefty, I see you. What's up, Mr. Collins? I see you, Eric. Yeah, I see that. Bolio Tombstone. Which is a good, well, we already know that's a Patrick Cross, so with the Jeep Red Boy Rascal, and then you got that Bolio Tombstone. Boy, when you get the right dogs and you mush all that together, man, it's gonna be fire. You already know that. Take the best of each one. Hopefully you got a good bitch that can hold it up to the qualities of your males. Because that's a good cross. That's really a good cross. Everybody, they be sleeping on that, but I think Black Ice was talking about that even when he was speaking about hardcore. Remember, he was talking about hardcore kennels. Remember, they had a lot of Jeep Rascal Red Boy stuff, and it worked real good for years for them. I just seen it look even better when we started dumping, I put some Stone City on top of that and it worked good. That's Jeep Bolio Yellow, Rascal, all in one dog. Had good dogs. Had great dogs. Taylor Edwards, what was your way of finding dogs' perfect weight? It blows my mind how people set a weight for their hound and won't negotiate a pound. How do they know that perfect number? I'm gonna tell you how I do my perfect numbers. Mr. Edwards, this is how I got my perfect numbers when it comes to picking a weight. Okay, you guys should already know your weight before you start picking weights. First of all, if you're going out there for you new guys, because old veterans like myself, we did things before we made those kind of decisions from the back. When I'm schooling mine, I'm already bringing my animal down to 5 pounds, and what it looks like, I know what it looks like when he gets down to them 5 pounds. I know I'm on a perfect match with him. What does that look like? That's the question. See, when you start prepping your puppies, remember, let's go back. When we start talking about raising your yard, you got to remember, when you start picking out them candidates, they deserve the time. Because what's the purpose of schooling and you're not taking the factors of adding to your schooling? Like, what's a good weight? When y'all bring them right off all fat and chubby, and then y'all start talking about schooling, you ain't gonna see the same thing. You knock all that fat off. So the first thing you need to do is start bringing your prospects down to acceptable look. And what I mean by acceptable look is you should be able to look at your dog and say, 5 pounds off will put him at this weight. Okay? Now, what it looks like with 5 pounds off of conditioning, you're not going to see the same thing that you would have seen if you had just pulled him off the chain and put him on the scale and say, I'm going to take 5 pounds off of him and this is going to be his weight. There's no way you're going to get that right. You're gonna have to you gotta groom your dog, because you don't know what that perfect weight is until you grooming him down. See, I can groom a dog all the way down to 2 pounds toward his pit weight before I do the first bump. The first bump, I'm down there 2 pounds above my weight. You know how I know? Because I can look at them. Why? Because I was prepping my puppies. I prepped them. That's what the whole preparation is for. When your dog gets around 14, 15, 16 months old, you should be walking that dog. The dog shouldn't be running around here galloping like he's free to run and get fat. You have prospects. You have prospects that you know what you're looking at. Get them prospects used to learning how to work. It's called spending time with them. So this is how I get the perfect weight. Before I even pick a weight, I'm going to have my dog down there around the weight where I know, okay, he's 39. He might look good at 39, but he might be a 41 pounder. All right? How did I come to that conclusion? Well, because I was at 41 and decided he could probably take 40 out. But after looking at him at 41, I would say, well, damn, maybe he should be 40, maybe 39, and he need a little bit more on him and be at 40 because the way he is. Now, you have sprint runners that can just fly all day. Sometimes you can bring them down a little, like around a 39, and they'll be acceptable. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you're trying to bring them in tight, but what you're trying to do is bring in the perfect weight that he's going to look good at and work at. And the only way you're going to find that out is through preparation while it's free. While it's free, you do it during the time that you're schooling your animal. You know, what's the purpose of schooling if you're not continuously making this thing active through the stages that brings him to that expectation that he's ready? Okay? I'm not going to give you no sidewind or around the corner lazy ass tip to that, because there is not one. It starts out when you pick the prospects that it's time for you to look at. You know, your frame of mind should already be there on these particular prospects. And these particular prospects where things have to change. They're not being treated like all the other dogs on the yard. Because all the other dogs on the yard don't need the attention that these prospects that you done picked out gonna need. They're gonna need a lot of attention. This dad just grabbing shit off the chain and do it. That's why so many of them don't do the things that you want them to do, because you don't prep them right. We have videos talking about this, about getting your young prospects together for the hunt. You got to change it. It's more to it than this snatch and grab, and then expect to see something that you know it looks good, but you're stopping the look because you know he didn't got tired because you didn't put no time into him. You just slapped him out there, and now he's looking good for 5 minutes. Now he done blew hot and looking terrible because you didn't prep him. You didn't prep him. You set him on the chain and you waited for somebody to holler, and you ran out there and you grabbed him, and he didn't look as good as you thought he would. Because you didn't have him ready. It wasn't he wasn't ready. You didn't have him ready. So pick your prospects and handle your prospects, and this is how you work your weights.
Go back to the preparation video.
Yep, preparation video. Remember, just go back to the preparation video. It explains a lot of inside things on raising your prospects. Spending the time to get your prospects together, and the weight is one of them. Through the whole schooling period, all the way down to the test. When it comes down to the test, you should be at least 2 pounds above your pit weight, if not on pit weight. And that's all that is. We call pit weight the performance weight. It doesn't necessarily mean pit. For any unheard of ears out there, pit weight is just it's a competition weight. Is what we call it. I call it pit weight for short, but it's competition weight. Regardless of what the competition is, you're getting your animal ready at the perfect weight. You should be able to know when your animal at this weight, okay, I'm gonna look at him at this weight. If he looks strong, then that's your weight. If it looked like you should put a pound on it, and went from 39, you went to 40. It looked again. It looks better now because I got more weight and power into him. I can put a pound of power on him. See, these are the things that you're trying to figure out when you're prepping your prospect. That's why it's important for you guys to fix up what you fuck up. You understand what I'm saying? So quickly, easy, quickly recover. You go back to the damn bullpen and you figure it out. You know, a lot of guys don't, it's hard to negotiate a weight when a pound is like 10 pounds in the real world. You want to be, you know, you don't want to give up a pound. You don't want to give up a pound. Don't tell me a pound of muscle don't hurt. An extra pound of power don't hurt while you sitting down there at 39, he's sitting up there at 40. And you don't think that he doesn't have a disadvantage. Well, a lot of you guys feel that way anyway. But yes, he does. Remember that my point is you're supposed to be the one who always have the edge. You're the one that's supposed to always have the advantage on everything you do when it comes to you and yours. So to give somebody a pound is unheard of. You should not do that because you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. They come overweight. You know what I'm saying? You pay for being, you pay for that. You pay for that. But when you take the chance to say, well, it ain't gonna make a difference, and you take that chance, then you just remember. Because you really don't know. You know, remember I always say, you don't know until the answer is being answered, and you know how you get that answer. So for you to go in there and thinking that you know that you do know, and you giving up somebody a pound, you're adding 10 pounds basically of power. 1 pound of power will equal 10 pounds of what you're gonna be dealing with. Because you're gonna be a pound light. And it just is gonna make a difference. You're gonna depend on your conditioning, knowing that you're already at a disadvantage. Just so be it, Hercules, Superman, you know, Marvel character. You do that, but I'm telling you, you run into the wrong dog, you're gonna pay for it.
It's schooling too.
And then the other thing is even in the schooling. In your schooling, what if you put him down too low and he look weak? He's looking weak this day because he's down too low. You got it wrong. You know, when you feel like your animal is not strong, and you got him down at a weight that he doesn't look strong, he doesn't look like he feels strong, then you start off by adding 2s. Not 1, I say 2. If you look that down bad, you need to add 2 pounds and start from there, then work your way back up. I wouldn't try to work my way back down. I would make that extra 2 pounds that I added, that's what my start weight is. I wouldn't want to go under that. Okay? You don't want to go under that. You want to start right there. So if you think you went down too low, just take the weight and add 2 pounds to it and then put that on him, then take another look. Now, let me tell you something, guys. This game is not meant for lazy guys. This game is really meant for dedicated guys who wants to win. So let me make myself clear. The things that I do and the things that I did is what I'm explaining to you now. I'm going to tell you something. There's a whole lot of dog hanging on scales in my world. It is. Because if you're not hanging a lot of dogs on scales, how the hell is y'all giving them the proper medicine? Hey, what's up, Pro? Thank you. Glad to see you in the room, baby. 3 pounds you give up, 30 human pounds. That's right. That's right. That 1 pound is a 10-pound power move on you. You're putting you at a 10-pound disadvantage on every pound that you give. Like you said, 3 pounds is 30 pounds. You know, in the human world, but in the dog world, that's a lot of weight. 1 pound is a lot of weight. He has a whole extra pound to work up before you do. Because once the game begins, y'all gonna both start losing weight. You coming in giving up a disadvantage. Very, 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 very important. And the best way to learn that is learn it through the preparation. Preparation is the most important thing that you have to do. You got to prepare your animals. Like I said, being lazy is not going to get it. If you guys ain't got a habit of hanging, a scale hanging somewhere, just always hanging where you can snatch one up and hang them over there, then guys, you're doing something wrong. Weighing your dog, you're supposed to know what your dog's weight is. If y'all guys are just going out there slapping medicine in your dogs without knowing what the hell their weight is, then you guys are just doing the asshole backwards. All right? This takes dedication. Remember, this is, again, dedication. Weight hanging is one of the most important things you have to do on your yard. You always got to do at least twice a month. Medicine time, always. Because remember, you're giving them Ivermac. You're giving them Ivermac for the heartworms. How you know you're giving them the right amount if you don't know the damn dog's weight? So at some point, you have to weigh the dogs. You know, you don't have no paperwork or nothing like that on your animals, so how do you know what they weigh? You know, you got to stop being lazy. Get your scales out there. Those who want to have scales, get scales. Hanging dogs on the scales is a very important thing. When you go take off your prospect to go take a look at, go hang him on the scale. You don't know what he weighs if you don't hang him on the scale. Running out there just doing it, you done defeated all the answers to the questions that you're going to be asking when you get back. And you should have been asking them before you left. Guys asking, well, how much he weigh? I don't know. I ain't got no scale. Well, what the hell is you doing out there then? Go home and go get your scale and then come back. Because you don't have no business out there without the scale. You going out there doing something you ain't got no business doing. You jumping all the things and the rules that you need to be following before you even get there. Somebody shouldn't even have to ask you what your weight is. You don't know. You're looking green when you do that. Don't do that. You want to be ahead in everything. You want to treat everything you're doing while it's free like you had your whole fucking savings on it. Everything. Because that's the only time in you and your dog's life that it's going to be free. So you better take advantage of every free moment that you have. Get a chance to look at every free look that you can look at until you see and answer the questions that you have. Have your animal ready at all times. Give a damn about the next man's. You worry about yours. Okay? Now, sometimes guys be like, man, well, why do you put your dog down in shape, man? Because that's the only damn way you're going to know what the dog look like, because he ain't going to be going out there getting messed at no heavyweight. He ain't going to be getting looked at when you go to put that money on his head. He's not going to be able to get looked at when you go on them hunts if you don't know nothing. All day. I see Fat Bill in the room. Salute there, Fat Bill. I hope you got my message. I did send out a thank you and an appreciation on that. I did get that corrected, sir. So thank you for that again, sir. Always. It's a privilege and a pleasure to have you here stepping into my room. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, I have to sit out there and get the proper announcements out there to those people, and these people come in the room. Pro Gang, salute. Fat Bill, salute. I got a real popular chat room with all y'all famous people coming up in here. So I ain't gonna disappoint you. Yeah, I see that American Game Dog Times. Yeah, that was a hell of a publication, man. That was a hell of a publication. And I say to this day, we need it. I hope Fat Bill agree with me. You the founder of it. The only book that's ever was just as strong and powerful as the journal was you. Tell me, do we need it, Fat Bill? Do we need it for real? Because I feel like we do. Me personally, as a dog man, I would count on you because you've been there. I would love to sit down and talk to you and tell and see what I can do to make it better, because we need that information. You know what I'm saying? So I open my arms up and give salute and homage to you, Fat Bill, because I need your help. I need your knowledge. You're a legend to me, always have been, even when I was coming up. You know, you're not God, but shit, to the dog world, You know what I'm saying? You're privileged to know. Privileged man to know. You did a story on my champion Pretty Mom, which I always appreciated that. And really, I really did appreciate that. Because she was a bad bitch. But yeah, guys, I hope I answered your question, sir. Because it's the weight thing, I've always, when I got my prospects, I started doing things with my prospects. I started moving them on the four-wheelers. I started putting weight harnesses and weight collars on them. I started doing pull work. I started doing pace work. I started doing drive work. You know, I mean, I want my dog amped up and ready to go the first time I take him out on a preliminary training exercise, okay? This is why when we go to war, we train all the different scenarios that we may run into to make sure guys, we'll know here in a minute here, because I still see me cycling over here. I'm just waiting for it to pick back up. Okay, here we go. Hey guys, thanks Fat Bill for covering for me, man, while I was down and out. I was watching that, yeah, especially on the standing scale thing. Feel free to jump in, Fat Bill, because I'm one of them ones, you know, when you start talking and typing, I'm going to tell you now, I start reading and shutting up. All right, just letting you know. I am one of them ones that teach young dog man how to, you know, get in your place when a real dog man's in the room. A real dog man's in the room. You got me at a disadvantage here, so if I get quiet, because I'm reading your chats, okay? So just letting you know. I get quiet, you see my head pointing down like that, I'm reading, because when you're talking, you should have the floor. Okay, just letting you know. Thank you, chat room. I'm pretty glad to see that he put that out there with the standing scale thing, and even all the way down to the digital. Because if I was doing them now, I would have the digital too, because then I would get the exact reading that I need compared to the regular scales. They didn't have it all the way down to the ounce type thing. So the digital scale, especially the standing scale, he's right. He's definitely 100% right, because I would have took that advice and used it. I would have used it just like that. It's not too much that he would say that I wouldn't consider. And that's for real. So thank you again, Fat Bill. Now, other than that, guys, again, we're back on the prospect thing of picking the perfect weight. Fat Bill, I want a question for you, coming from me. Fat Bill, what advice do you have for those guys on picking the right weight? I mean, I want to know, you know, your way of thinking on that, because it's very important for me to want to understand too. You know, this is probably about the first time that I ever get a chance to dig in your head. I've seen your videos. I watched you. Remember, I was a I was part of your Game Dog Times subscribers, so I paid attention to a lot of things you're putting out there. But you know, just because you're in the room, I would think that it would be a pleasure for us to listen to you tell us what you think the best way to pick out a dog's perfect weight. If you don't mind helping us, please do. You will have the floor because I want to know, coming from you.
Call me.
You know, I can always leave you my number, because you already know I want to talk to you. There's no doubt to that. So, hey, I got a phone number. I would be glad for you to you always welcome. Always welcome here on my show. But I sure would like to know, you know, as far as picking that perfect weight, I mean, am I giving them the good, right information based on what I used to do? You know, I want to know if I was doing it right. You know what I mean? I sure don't want to give out no bad advice if it was acceptable. I mean, from fat building, it's acceptable for everybody else when it comes to me, because I'm just like them. I'm at odds, okay? But I used to do my young dogs. I started with my young dogs, guys. I did. When I knew which ones that I was going to have my eye on, and I gave them time to grow. But while they were growing, I was actually doing a lot of training. I did a lot of training with my bulldogs. You know, getting them ready for those moments so it wouldn't be no surprise, so I can get the best that I want to see out of them. It's how we do regular sports. We have amateurs. And then we turn it up to pros. Some of us make it to the Olympics. But it's all starting off in the amateur stage. You know, for a lot of you new guys, y'all amateurs. You know, but you will grow with education and understanding and learning. But you can't do it being half-assed. You got to do this 100% dedication. You have to be willing to put the time in. You're still used to just feeding your dogs and giving them the water and cleaning up shit and walking off. When it's time to grab one, you're ready to grab one, but that's not how you do it. You know, it takes a little bit more time. Yard planning is part of the thing I talked about. Plan your yard, plan your moves, plan what you're going to do. Do everything knowing what you're going to do before you get there, so you don't have none of them backfalls and things that you run into when you're just doing things on the fly. Doing things on the fly is going to get you a lot of smashing and grabbing, you know what I'm saying, as far as mistakes that you make. Okay? So always plan your moves when you're dealing with that. The dog can't do none of that on his own. Everything is responsible is led back to you. Led back to you. It's all what you do and what you put into him. Because what you put into him, you want to see those results. 99% of it is dog, but that 1% is the most important part, because that 99% don't mean nothing if the 1% is not making him complete with that 99% of what he got to do, because in the end, he got to do all the work. But you got to put your work into him for you to get what you want out of him. Out of him, her, whatever you're using. You know, you got to take that time.
Brian wants to know if you had any experience with the tab dogs.
I had experience with a tab dog. Remember, I went 3 hours and 17 minutes with a son off a gator. 3 hours and 17 minutes.
That was Brian.
Brian, yeah, I had an experience with a tab dog off a gator. I went 3 hours and 17 minutes with a son of Dolly. He was May's half brother. And actually, I had a lot to do with the dog that I went into, because he was one of those young dogs when dog came down from James Crenshaw as a puppy. And I ended up running into one of them puppies in the litter. Actually, we had the litter mate's sister was bred to some dogs out of, coming by way of Maytoo. So tab dogs are good dogs. They're good dogs. They're game dogs. Definitely game. And this one had more ability than I did. I think in the end, it was my keep going against me, because they had actually the guy who went into me, he used my key. So, that night it was like me against myself with a good dog. They had a great dog that they came in there with my key. With no turns, no other holes, no nothing till 3 hours and 15 minutes. Actually, 16 minutes. It was like 3 hours and 15 minutes when the first turn was called. And it wasn't on me. So tab dogs, you gotta have a bulldog. You gotta have a bulldog. A lot of the ones that I've seen, you know, that's why the dog is an RM. That's why he's famous. You know what I mean? He put out bulldogs and he had producing power. Gator produced blackjack. You know what I'm saying? It was down the line. Remember, we can say tab, but we have to say Jeep and Red Boy. So these dogs are known to have the kind of blood that carry genetics down the line. Like I said, tab, gator, then blackjack. All three ROMs. You see what I'm saying? It's still the formula. It's still the formula. The only thing got me by that night, I honestly believe the only thing that got me by that night was the training of what I did. When it called on a move that I pulled that night, and the move that I pulled that night is probably what got me the victory. The move that I pulled that night probably is what changed the show. I told you guys I like the point. My dogs were trained to follow my point. And for some odd reason, I was lucky enough to run into a situation where I seen that if my dog will go where I want him to go, we can change this situation. And I started pointing. And where I pointed to, he could not see what I was pointing at because of the position of his body, but he knew there was something there that I was pointing at. So he adjusted his body to move to see what I was pointing at. And when he saw what I pointed at, he grabbed it. And in the process of grabbing it, he grabbed it and he caught his foot right along. So he ended up grabbing what I wanted him to grab, and he caught the paw. So he was on 3 legs with his nose being crunched and his paw being crunched on his nose. The boy had both his paw and his top of his bridge of his nose and he broke down on that hog. And when I say broken down, he broke him down. And he stayed there too. We stayed there damn near 15 minutes. And by the time, you know, it came around to it, we was on a screamer. He got frustrated. He couldn't get loose. You know what I mean? He started trying to protect himself because he couldn't get loose. So as soon as once he gave up the protecting of himself because he couldn't get loose, he turned. The first turn in the match was 315. 315 took a guy the guy was real smart because I tried to keep him on as long as I could. You know what I mean? Like I said, I had him. But when you start running around chasing a chaser who's not trying to do anything, you know what I'm saying? He kind of worked himself free, and the guy was able to get a handle. But when he got himself free, he ain't had no tensions because he was done by then. So I tried to keep him on there as long as I could. Take everything out of him while I got you. And I took everything out of him. When it's time for him to go, he didn't go. At 317, I was scratching the wind. So yes, I wouldn't want to run into too many of those. Anyway, I wouldn't want to run into any red boy dog that is game and got some ability. And that's the truth. You don't want to run into too many of those. I can say this much though, about certain lines, you know, I'm going to do this because, see, well, I noticed, you know, he's in the room, but you got Two Eyes, you got Miss Bolero. I mean, Fat Bill had his own damn line. And it's interesting because, you know, I'm going to go back and I'm going to start looking through Fat Bill's history because, see, I used to watch Fat Bill. I used to always be in amazement with him because he always did his own thing. And it's the funny thing that I said about, because we talking about all these other bloodlines, we talking about all these other kennels, but we never once did anybody ever bring up Fat Bill's name. I mean, Fat Bill's got a line of dogs his damn self, y'all. You know, and to me, they're just as good as James Town Gardner's shit. You know, he's right down there in the area, and I'm gonna tell you now, I'm telling you, Bill shit have more prospects going on out there than Tom. Now I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm keeping it real with you, at least here in this country. Now, a lot of times stuff was going overseas, but I'm going to tell you right here now, when it comes down to that, I think he held the title for as, you know, the great dogs. And I don't remember Fat Bill selling a lot of dogs. He really never really advertised. Not his shit. But he had he had very good yard. I mean, honestly, and I think it would be nice to go through there and look at his dogs. Are there still dogs around in 2020? In the 2020s? I don't know. But I can tell you back then, hey, he was a hell of a dog, man, and he had some hell of a dogs, and he had his own damn line. And I would like to know, you know, because even in every great dog man, especially a dog man who's a hunter, I would call him a hunter because he's always been a hunter. Always been a hunter. Now, when it came down to breeding, he always bred for his style of hunting. He had a style of breeding that, you know, always threw me off because I never knew much about him. You know what I mean? So to understand where he was going with them. But the results was amazing. The results was amazing. The man is not a walking legend because of a magazine. Trust me. It's not because he had an American Game Dog Times. That's not it. The man had earned that right to even have that by then. To even pick up the way he picked up, because who didn't know him? You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew him. And back then, I was one of the first to jump on the bandwagon because it was a different thing. It was something different. And he made the game stiffer. He made it, you know, he changed it. And he really did. It changed, you know, and it made it a lot better. You know, a lot of guys didn't like the POR thing, but we got used to it. A lot of guys, look, even with Fat Bill, he started off the 4 champions before he became an ROM. He was the first one to do it. Then the Sporting Dog Journal kind of latched on down in there and changed theirs. So that's what I noticed. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Because he set the standard, and I seen the journal kind of make adjustments to that standard along with him. Because it's definitely an agreement. You know, no more males getting 3 like the females. And his explanation was fine too. Because the work is really on the female. She's the one that got to go through the work. For the male, he can get studded out to 1,000 bitches. 3 is just too easy when you got, during that time, everybody was breeding to you was doing a lot of studding dogs at the time. So yeah, I can understand why it was a big change in that, and it was for the better. It was for the better. But yeah, we need to, I would love to sit there and do a show, and let me show y'all what Fat Bill was playing with. I don't know if he ever does it on his show, because I haven't seen him do it. So, you know, I would like to see it more, because he has some badass dogs, and he went into some real stiff competition. I mean, y'all can say what y'all want. He's been in there with some of the best dogs in time. He made some great moves. Can't say he won them all, but he won his fair share of them to be in the position that he's in. For me, his place in my book is up there to the top 2. You know what I mean? I got to give him all the respect. These are the kind of guys, this is the kind of guy that you can help us, man. I mean, he can help me. It's like all of us need the help. I'm trying to help you young guys. And then yet at the same time that I'm trying to help you young guys, I had to depend on my old timer people that I looked up to help me. Because I'm trying to guide y'all like they guided me. Remember, they gave me something to start with. They gave me something to look into. They gave me things to experiment with. You know what I'm saying? His book was one of the most informative books that you could ever have. I mean, to me, because who you rather listen to? I would listen to a guy that I can pick up and see his shows, because he's in the mix of shit. Okay, so that's what I paid attention to. That's why I was so quick to jump on, because, you know, at least I knew that he was out there, and I wanted to be part of somebody who was active, because he had a more of an insight, and the way he ran his magazine was more of an insight, more for us guys that were active, you know. Where the journal was good, but it was really meant for, you know, it turned into exactly what it was, a publication. advertising. You know, more of that. And then you, like he said, you know, he had his picks and choices about certain things that he did and the way he conducted it, which he was right. But when it came down to Bill, he was just doing the same thing, but he did it in a different way because he related more to the act of Dogman. So for me to even be noticed, for him to even want to put me in his book with the story about Pretty Mama was a high honor and a privilege for me. And I never forgot that. Now, okay, thanks, Mike Dan. Thanks, Mr. Spurlock. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is, dear Pit Dog. Yes, he is. You know, he did. He kept everybody honest. And he would, look, he was one of the most upfront dog men, you know, and if you think I'm bad, you think I'm bad. I ain't nowhere bad like Fat Bill. Okay? I'm just letting you know. Fat Bill used to set a lot of shit straight. And he did more than just keep us honest. He had the pride of the dog game itself. You know what I'm saying? He made dogmen feel like they were relevant to the game. Not like the journal where, you know, it was more of an advertising thing, like, you know what I'm saying? And you know, the show news were great, but in the all around, it was more of a, once you got the show news, then everything else is more about advertisement. You know, yeah, he had old stories, but he didn't have the stories like Bill. Bill was touching active dogmen and our stories. We were active during that time. So he was making a lot of us relevant by putting us out there like that. You know what I'm saying? And it opened up doors behind, I mean, Vietnam jumped right behind him. But shoot, he turned Vietnam in the morning. Them guys was pretty good. There was some good dogmen. So it was a privilege to even see how they piggyback off of Fat Bill, because when they came out with theirs, it wasn't not as good as his. They didn't do reports and stuff, but they did a lot of history and things when it came down to us active dogmen. You know, we knew the stories. Street, Wooly, the street sweeper, grand champion street sweeper, badass dog. We never heard about the dog, but don't be for Vietnam in them. You know, they had they came out with a nice publication. You know, I can't compare it to what the others had, but they were still a publication that I subscribed to and I bought because the information that was in it. You know, they had, you know, a lot of good active dogmen were there. You know, I mean, a lot of them. So that really helped me a lot because I wasn't talking about dogs in the past. Now we're looking and reading about the active dogs of the now. And that was real interesting. And that's why he got so strong and so big so quick. And he had a lot of merchandise. You know, I liked the merchandise. But on the other end of that note, there's a lot of dogmen out there right now. A lot of dogmen out there right now this saying, because we don't have that, and we don't have it, the young guys, you don't know who they are. And I hear guys talking about, you know, you got these great dogmen in your area. Okay, I'm just gonna use, you know, I can't keep having to say the same old names, but these are great examples. Great examples. You know, guys have certain dogmen in certain areas that we'll never hear about. You know why we'll never hear about them? Because they're only great in your area. See, me myself, I probably would never not know any of these guys because I'm not in your area. So you know, when you got guys that's in your area that has developed to the outside of your area, where we get to know that they're in your area, and we have to start looking for them in your area, then they didn't go outside the area. Those are the ones that become legends. You know, you can be a local legend, but a national legend, he grows outside of your area. He becomes bigger than the area that he's in. He attracts other areas outside his own area. That's what makes them guys legends. That's why we hear about Fat Bill and not some of the other great dogmans in his area. Why do we know about him? Why do we know about Tom? How do we know about Atlas and James Edwards and those type of old guys? Mr. Gaston when he moved down to the Carolinas. How do we know about these guys? Because these guys had outgrown whatever area they was in. They was already known outside their area. So it's not like when we say start naming names in your area and we don't know them, doesn't mean that there were any less of a dogman. There's a lot of great dogmen out there that we don't know about. Okay, a lot of them. There's a whole lot of you young guys sit back there, y'all got old mentors that I never heard of. Don't mean that there were any less of a dog, man. They just wasn't out there outside of y'all area. That's all. You know, those are a lot of those dogs right there that we hardly ever even talk about because we don't know them. It doesn't mean that the game didn't pay them homage. They paid them homage because they was right there in your area. You can talk about him. He taught you. You learned a lot from him. You know what I'm saying? So all those mentors that put time into a lot of these guys, even in myself, because the guys that were taught me, they were way outside their zone. You know, even the guy who picked me up, B-Crest Kennels, you know, yeah, he was already a legendary guy in my area. He was known, okay? Now, did he grow outside of my area? Yes, because everybody else knew him. Why? Because he was going everywhere else too. You know what I'm saying? He got his name by going outside our area and winning. So why would I not follow them? If I don't follow him, I would have never met the Abrahams. I would have never met McNasty. I would have never met, you know, the Robot Crew, Bonds and Company, Mr. Struthers, Legion of Doom. I mean, I met all these guys. There were really guys that had actually, regardless of what area they were in, they had outgrown their area. We knew these guys everywhere we went. Everybody knew who they were. Why? Because these guys got out there and did their thing. Doesn't have nothing to do with traveling or none of all that, because remember, regardless if we travel to a spot, you're still going into a recognized kennel. If we're not going into a recognized kennel, we are the recognized kennel. So the recognition stuff don't matter unless you're trying to get an easy route to this. You know, who can really raise a dog a yard and become a legend without running into some great dogs? I know I did. I ran into some good dogs, some great kennels. And yes, I can sit there and beat my chest when I win. You know what I'm saying? Going to beat my chest when I win. It's not because I beat a recognized kennel, it's because of the fact that I won, period. Because until you start standing over there on the other side of that, man, you don't understand how important it is, then you know you don't get the understanding of that. If you were doing that, if you were actually really doing that, and you still saying that, then you know maybe you need to be questioning yourself. Because the whole thing boils down to what we do inside the toy store. What we do inside the toy store is the only thing that worked. And the only way these guys became legends, man, because it didn't matter where they were. They outgrew wherever they were, and it spread it to people like me. Really. And this is what you young guys have to understand. You know, it's a shame that we have to go so far back to use these legends back there and bring them up here to save us now, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take us old legends to come back up here. I need all of them help, because they're the only ones that really know how to do it. They really do know how to fix it. Believe me. You know, my way of doing it is definitely a way that I'm telling you, my way is I'm bringing it up to the new stage. You know, I just want to sit down with a lot of older OG dog men to say, give me their blessing. Because once I got their blessing, then I know I'm gonna get yours. I know I'm gonna get yours because we depend on them now because we don't have nothing else to turn to right now. That's why you can go to all the podcasts and they're always talking about somebody old. Ain't really heard much of nothing new. We heard a couple of names here or there, you know, they got a good yard, but let's elaborate on that good yard. And you know what I mean? And then there's not much elaboration. And this is where we lack, because how can we carry this information from wall to wall if we don't have that elaboration that we're trying to get when we ask that question? But is he only good in that area? Well, if you put it out there, maybe he'll go outside that area because now you got seeing eyes. Now, is it going to be the truth or it's going to be some bullshit? You understand what I'm saying? When all seeing eyes, because we come from everywhere, everybody's not going to come with the same frame of mind. Some people are going to come with suspicion. Some people are going to come with envy. Some people are going to have jealousy. That's all part of the game, being known. It's got to be able to handle that. And I always say the best way to handle that is, you know, you can't chase a ducker. Why waste your time? Just keep moving forward. That's the best way to go. You know what I mean? A lot of guys will sit back and say, well, why didn't you do this? Or why didn't you go into this? Well, guess what? The job is hard enough. If you don't know, then that means you shouldn't be asking. Because most of the guys out there who was active know why, you know, it's not always easy. We wish everybody could go into a one. If that was like that, you new guys wouldn't get a chance to go into nobody. Because we wouldn't want to mess with you at all. If y'all ain't recognized carrying a run, then we don't want to do nothing with you. That make any sense? The game wasn't built like that, and the game didn't run like that. The game is open for anybody who got the courage to stand there and say that I want to go do this, and this is what I'm going to go do. And that's how it's done. You do it enough, then that's how you get recognized. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen too many bums get recognized. You know what I mean? Sometimes you even got to give a person who can't seem to win a lot, you still got to give them the recognition for even being there. You have to. He's still a recognized kennel because he's constantly going into recognized kennels. Whether he's winning or losing, the fact is he's out there. He's out there. You do enough, you'll get recognized, period. Because I was doing them and I didn't pick up no phone and ask nobody to get recognized. I didn't do that, none of that shit. I didn't have no control over that. Who puts ones and twos, whatever. I ain't had nothing to do with all that. So if you got one, then you deserved it. Then that's what you did. That's what you got. So I got a one when you beat me. I got my little stars when I became referees and all that stuff. And a lot of guys wanted me to do their shows. And I had no problem doing it because that's what they wanted. But through the line, you know, I earned that. I earned that. You know, that's just the bottom line. I didn't ask for it. It was blessed to me. So when somebody asks what I done enough to get recognized. And it's not a self-entitlement either. You know, I didn't ever even self-entitle myself as a legend when I never see myself as a legend. I never had that concept, never had that thought. So this goes for all you guys. Until you get out there and knowing what it means to be recognized, you know what I'm saying? Whether you travel or you right at home, you do enough, you'll get recognized. If you're just slow about you getting recognized, it's maybe because you're not active enough. But without a resource, how are we gonna know? How are we gonna know? You still got travelers that are coming, go hunting anywhere. You got people that stay at home, but you got people who don't want to stay home because, you know, we carry a big band. You know, like people in my area. We'll jump on one and ride him to the top. Not even our shit, but everywhere he go, we go. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody's getting the credit but the person who's got him. But guess what? He's got the backing of all of us. And then that brings recognition in itself. Because who don't want to follow a great dog? I know I did. I know I did. I was there when Pepper got beat. When Pepper got beat by Queen of Heart. But I also was there when I saw Pepper smash one of their dogs. So I was never expecting to see what I saw when Queen got on Pepper. I'm just being honest with you. I saw the Martell Radar match. That was a great match. I don't hear nobody talking about that one. That was a great match. I mean, that's kind of one of his greatest matches. He wasn't even part of it. He was just so happy he was there, and so was I. And I would have to say, outside the one that I had that I experienced myself, I still would have to say that Radar Martell match was a great match. Radar the Abrahams had. And he was a great dog, a little black dog. I forgot the guys that had him, but the Martell dog was a badass dog. There was two great dogs. This have been dogs that was going for the grand championships. Really. It was a great night. It was a great night to all the two of the greatest dogs. You know what I'm saying? I've seen a lot of great matches, but those right there stand out. And I had an opportunity to see what it felt like to be in one of those. You know? And did it feel good? Hell yeah, it did. Did it feel good to go 3 hours and 17 minutes? Hell yeah. Was I planning on going that long? Nope. Did I intend on going that long? No. But when Bulldog came to calling, I was there to answer, and that's what really mattered. It showed me that I can win them long and short. That's what it proved to me. I've already got Mama going over an hour because she made it a point to go over an hour before she even woke up to start doing what she do. But I had a lot of dogs on my yard that we were smashers. You last 45 minutes, you doing good. You know what I'm saying? A lot of our shows were short because we had those kind of dogs. We smash and shit. But if we came down to going into Bulldog country, we had no problem doing it. My dogs always came up. So that just shows me that I was doing something right. And that's all. And it's not because, you know, I was going to shows. No, it was because I was being in shows. Going to the shows taught me how to be in a show. You know, being around all those guys that, and I'm talking about from, like you said, from Chicago to the Windy City, you know what I'm saying, all the way down to the backwoods of Michigan, from Saginaw to Romulus to Detroit, to over there in Buffalo, Rochester, Erie, all those areas, all over there in PA, from all of my own hometown. Ohio, Columbus, Cleveland, all got great dog, man. Dayton, Toledo, all got great dog, man. Guess what? I've been around all these guys. North Carolina, James Edwards, Alice Brewer. These ain't no guys that I've been reading about. These is guys that I had a chance to be experienced with. Brian Bailey, all up in his crib. Enjoyed the weekends I had watching him in they shit, okay? This is what I call having fun. Because that's exactly what I was doing. I can't even say, I mean, did I leave out Florida? Hell no, I'm down here. I'm right down here with them. Hard Times, Deep South, Missing Link. I mean, there's so many other kennels out here that I had the opportunity to meet. Cabana Boys. I'm talking about, you know, Ray and all them boys, man. I mean, I've had a chance. 187, I had fun with him. Crazy cat, but he was really the real Scarface to me. 187 was the real, to me, he was the real Tony Montana. Shout out and salute to 187 Last, because he was the most influential person that I met in the dog game that I thought was really the real Scarface. And I have to thank Jesse for that one, because Jesse took me around, Mike took me around, those guys took me around and introduced me to not only a lot of Florida guys, but a lot of North Carolina guys, a lot of South Carolina guys, and then a chance to be on some great yards. I've seen a lot of great dogs. So it's like, for you young guys, man, y'all don't know that experience, man. Y'all missing out. And if it don't be these books like the Journal and Fat Bill and the Revelations and all those type of books out there, man, I would have never knew who these guys were. I can go back and meet these guys and go back in and have resources to go and look up on them and look at their shows and look at the matches they were being in and look at their champions. I had reference. I had resources. Okay, that's what I got out of it. And what I'm telling y'all, that's what you're missing. All we have to do, all y'all doing now is this: we going to podcast, and we picking up the little information from what we getting out of it. But guys, we're not getting the full impact. We're not getting the full impact. Y'all are definitely losing out. Y'all can sit there and enjoy Fat Bill, right? But have you ever read any of his writings? Have you ever understood his way of thinking about the game? Those are the kind of things that I want to talk about. Those are the kind of things that I want to go back into the past, because I honestly believe our old school can save this new school shit. While they trying to lock y'all out because y'all don't have no due respect, y'all abuse the internet, and they can't take no chances of y'all taking their name out there and abusing their name in the internet. You know what I'm saying? Because we have more of that than we have real Dogman now. You know, and this is something that you guys have to start doing. We have to start respecting each other better. You know? How can I be sitting here arguing about an old story? What in the hell is the old story going to have anything to do with the now? You understand what I'm saying? So you have to understand this, guys. We have to bring it together as a unit. You know, and like I keep saying, this is not the platform to do that. I cannot help you guys out here like that. We cannot get it done out here like this. We have to be able to go back, and like I said, I'm getting ready to get out there. I'm getting ready to go and find all the people that I need to go find. And y'all might pop up, I might pop up doing a live interview from any damn way. Anybody who want to open up their doors and let me walk into their world, from old school Dogman, the ones I'm really wanting to talk to and be around, to give y'all some insight, to bring it back all the way down to the suggestions that they can show and tell me what I must do, because they are still my mentors. There are still guys that I'll shut up when they walk in the room, when they open their mouth. These are guys that I still need to help me, help you. But the fact is that y'all out here, that's what makes the thing so juicy and sweet for me, is that, you know, a lot of you guys that just out of the game and still want to enjoy the game, y'all like me, come on over and just enjoy it like that, because I'm giving it to them the way I done it. And there's nothing wrong with you guys ever stepping up and saying, twin, I don't mind bringing any of y'all on. And just my platform is just handled different than everybody else's, because my guys come to the chat room and y'all just listen. You know, I don't barely ever hear some of you guys that I see the way you behave in another room compared to the room y'all in here with me. You know, and I don't know, are y'all shy? You know I don't always want the floor. I need other guys to share this with me, you know, especially when we got great Dogmans coming in the room like Fat Bill and Landon Hill and so many other one of you guys just sitting back there. You know, the Ghost, he's probably sitting around there in the back winds, ain't probably sitting here listening, but ain't saying nothing. You know what I'm talking about, Bama Ghost. You know, these guys here, they sit back in the wind. JD, you know, these guys are old-fashioned Dogmen that have great dogs. And they don't have much to do except do what I do, and for the love of the dog. They want to hear me talk shit about the dogs. They want to hear this stuff. That's why they come. You know what I mean? And all I'm doing is just sharing my experience with y'all for the historical value and entertainment. Everything that we say, again, is all fictional. And it will stay fictional as long as we don't have anything to make it true. So enjoy it while it is, what it is. Okay? Now, do I have anything out here, Mike, I'm missing? Do I need to be answering anybody? Raymond, respect. I hear that, bro. There's anything in there? I haven't looked at the chats, guys, but I'm going to go around here and look.
I was telling Knucklehead we trying, everybody keeps saying that, but no one can point me in the right direction where I could meet some of these bulldog guys.
Well, no, who said that?
Knucklehead.
Knucklehead, you are so right. Knucklehead, you are so right. And guess what, Knucklehead? I'll probably be the first one. You tell me where you at, and I'll come and see you. I'm telling y'all, I am the first. Because remember I told you guys, I had one guy, B-Crest Kennel. Man told me, man, you got to condition your dog. I had no idea what he was talking about. But in that relationship right there, that man took me everywhere. And in that relationship, I was able to branch out and open up to the game. Knucklehead, I am right here. I am your branch. I am your branch. You come to my show, you already making the first step. Me and you can go find these people together. Best way to do it is me to knock on your door and let me see what you got so we can go talk about it to everybody else. So you can find out what you need to do and what we can do. We can find out together because I'm walking around. I ain't going to be sitting around. I'm walking around. So you want to jump on my bandwagon, come on. You hear me talking about going to see Fat Bill. You hear me talking about going to see Pelican Bay. You're going to see me talking about going up there up north to my own hometown and go grab some of my old guys, shut them down, lock tight. Dirty South, Deep South, Missing Link and the boys, Latino Ray and them fellas. They old, but they probably still in the game. But guess what? The stories in itself is valuable. Worth of information. I know all of us want to hear the stories. I want to hear them. I want to hear them coming from the horse's mouth. You know what I mean? It's not only good entertainment, it's good educational entertainment. It can't hurt them now. All I got to do is convince them I can't hurt you. They can't hurt you. We just talking dogs. So let's go talk dog. Knucklehead, I am in total agreement with you. But by you coming to these podcasts, especially this one right here, we will be able to do it because a lot of these guys are right here in this room. A lot of these guys come back and listen to this show after we going off the air. You watch the numbers. Just watch the numbers. I'm not 7A. I'm not pro in game. I ain't even Pelican Bay. I ain't got but 33 videos. But I know one damn thing, I'm being watched. I'm being watched. And that's a pleasure to me. Especially when they come and they know I'm here. So as long as they know I'm here, you already in. Don't you see that? No, go ahead. You already in. You're in the room with a lot of them. Don't remember, when we leave this chat room, your words are still there. People still pull up live chats while they watch the show and read what y'all are saying. And guess what they always say about my people and my chat? They don't never say much, but they give y'all all the love in the world. The people love you, twin. This is what they say. When I get these little emails and messages and, from the people who aren't watching it live, but they go back and they finally get around to it, you look at the numbers. I'm not sitting up there with no 15,000 viewers and none of that. I'm not sitting nowhere there, but when you say 2,000, to me, that's 2,000 eyeballs, okay? And when you got 2,000 people, and the majority of them people are all saying that hey, we love your show, you understand? And the people love you for what you're doing and appreciate for what you're doing, that I know I'm doing the right thing, guys. So y'all already in. Just being in here with me, y'all already in because we are being noticed, okay? Even when we go off air, y'all chats are still being noticed. And all the people, all they say is they love the flowers. They love how y'all stand behind me and appreciate me. People that don't even mess with the dog at all. And there's no twin, and they know the twins, and the twins is always up to something. My own home people, my people at home, all over Akron. Akron, shout out to y'all. Y'all ain't none of y'all close to being bulldog people, but y'all come to my show just to see me on the show. So Agwin, I just salute. Kinston. My homeboys in Kinston, North Carolina. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, shout out to y'all too. These are the kind of guys that just come out of there because they didn't know me for so many years. They don't even do dogs. They just come on and see the people, and then we sit there and tell you, we know why they love you. We know why they love you. We just had to come and see why, this one to come and see. This is what they would expect from us, is what they say. We could expect this from you twins. Don't they? That's what they say. They're going to love you anyway, because this is who you are. And they're right, because you people is proving that, because you're showing that. Now, one day, maybe when I get up to 200 and 300 videos, that I'm just as powerful and strong as them, and we got a big ass boom, and it's going to be so much bigger than this, because the things that I'm going for are going to make moves. Is what's going to spill. It's going to spill from the basement to the upstairs. That's going to be all right. But I wouldn't say spill from the basement to the upstairs than from the upstairs to the basement. Because when you go from the basement up, you can let out what you want. You have control of that. But when you take what's out here, something we have no control over, and you try to take it to the basement, imagine all the confusion you're going to have down in the basement. We can't take this player hating stuff, this animosity, this back and forth stuff to the basement. It's just still not going to work. Because who's going to want to deal with any of that down in the basement? In the basement, that shit will cause problems. That shit get people busted. Y'all don't understand that. So no, we're not taking nothing that we don't want to take to the basement. We got to take everything that we want from the basement to bring out here. And that's only what we want out here, not what we can enforce to bring out here, because there's nothing we should be enforced to bring out. It's what happens when we take this kind of shit out here and take it to the basement. That's when there's going to be some forcing, because that creates a real problem. Imagine somebody where you can't be safe doing your own dog, win or lose, without somebody talking shit down in the basement. And then bringing that shit all outside the basement, bringing all upstairs. And running them out all upstairs, knowing you ain't got no business discussing nothing going on upstairs. All right? This is the kind of mistakes that only young guys that don't know no better do, because they're trying to be relevant. And this is one thing you don't want to be in this game here. Out here, this is all good. This is all good out here. But outside of that right here, being relevant don't mean shit in the basement, because the only way you're going to be relevant is you got to do some dogs.
Shout out to Game Bill.
Game Bill in the house. Game Boy, what's up, North Carolina? Fayetteville, North Carolina. I used to run around in your area too, man. I used to go up to y'all. I used to go up there to around the school, man. Yeah. I used to be all up in there. I'm a Marine, and, I ain't messing around with Fort Bragg. You know what I mean? Marines and Army boy, they don't like Marines up in y'all area, because we be getting all the girls, you know what I'm saying? And we don't mind fighting for them either, you know what I mean? Y'all have some fine girls up there in that Fayetteville area. All right? Shout out to Fayetteville. Let me see. You keep it 100. That's right, Marcel. I'm trying to. I watch this shit over and over all the time. Well, guess what, Marcel? I guarantee you one damn thing. I know I have made you a smarter dog man, because I know what I'm telling you is starting to make sense to you, because you keep going back to make sure. So you are definitely right, and I really appreciate you saying that, because that's what it's there for. Remember, I said this like a roll of books. A roll of books that y'all should always be able to go back to, man. You should know what all those videos are. Speaking of Amber 33, I ain't got no one close to me. So many you don't want to be bothered with. And in most of our videos, we have great information. I wish I had more information coming from bigger dog men. But at this time, hey, they're not feeling safe. That's the problem. All this animosity between podcasts and this shit talking, they pick up all that. They see all that. They don't want to be a part of that. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. So, sometimes you got to clean your house. And, me, I'm going to keep my house clean. I'm going to keep my house clean. And I got people in this house that's going to help me keep it clean. Because we travel. We go to different podcasts and we sit back in other people's rooms just like everybody else, like they're sitting in mine. Because I like the entertainment. I would like to see us get back to bulldogging, you know, because, hey, that's the only thing that really matter here, fellas. You know, you young guys, like you said, like Knucklehead said, we need resources. And I'm telling you, I got the resource. I done told you I'm in the basement. There's guys in this room right now. Right now, guys, there's guys in this room who's already registered under the historical book of records. There are registered guys in this room, and then there are exclusive guys in this room right now. Now, you can't figure out who they are and who, you know, you got to figure that out because that's the only way you're going to get to the basement. These guys has been vetted. All the rest of you guys, it's a routine. But there's guys in the room. It's just not only me. I done told y'all to send it in, send your emails and your information in. You don't send it, then you're missing out. Because sooner or later, it's going to start taking effect. The makings is already there. What's the purpose of it? It's for the historical reporting of our game. That's exactly what it is. It's a historical record book. It's going to go back, then we're going to be sanctioning our awards. And our awards are going to cover all the awards that used to be of the past. It's going to be of the new. And it's not meant for the internet. Bottom line. So you're going to be part of something, you can't be part of that up here. You have to go down in the basement. If you want to go play in the basement, then go in the basement and get your shit in here. Believe me, it's definitely being handled and taken care of. All you got to do is talk to the guys that are registered, who are exclusive members. Those guys that got the big pen. And I'm trying to get my older Dogman become part of that exclusive membership because they are the gatekeepers right along with me. This is not a damn solo party here. This is like a group of fraternity guys that's trying to build something that we've never really lost. What we lost was the integrity and the respect of what it is. And you young guys with these new yards are paying for it. You can't get the right dog. You got all this paper gang going. They didn't just really got away from the papers. Everybody else is coming up with their own paper kennels. New guys don't know. You know, and then you might pass up a good dog because he ain't got no damn papers, you know what I mean? Because they didn't got away from the papers and stuff. You know, you got a dog over here as a champion. You got 15 other guys over here say he ain't beat nobody. So they putting him down so you make yourself a hesitant and wait to see if you're going to see anything out of him to produce anything. You might not produce shit. But see, these are all the things that you cannot really get to the bottom of upstairs. And when you ain't got it downstairs that's carrying no kind of reference, then you're lost. You're lost. And we do enough up here to make sure that when you do get downstairs, you know how to handle it. We talk about it all the time. What is it about? You know, this is not just meant for the Dogman. It's meant for old Dogman. It's meant for historical entertainment. Everything that we do is all fictional. Remember, it's always fictional and it's still part of history. Once it becomes part of history, unless somebody can put some facts behind a fictional story, then this story is nothing but a story. So open up your doors, open up your eyes and join in and get off these damn TV screens and shit and realize that this right here is not the game. This is not the game right here. You're not going to get anything out of the game right here. You can get all the education that I'm putting into you. I can bring a bunch of guys through here and we can talk about the past and talk about all that stuff. But guess what? When we have a historical value to what we do, and it's a resource for you guys, that's when the game is going to change and get back the way it used to be. Because Knucklehead was right. He was right. You podcast. Guys, we are all one unit. We might have our disagreements, but I call them misunderstanding because we don't know each other. You know what I mean? You don't know me, I don't know you. But one thing about it, I've been around enough that you should get to know me. I've done enough in this game that you should get to know me. If you don't know me, you know, don't be so quick to jump on me because you don't know me. You know what I mean? Remember, I'm telling you guys, if I say something disrespectful to anybody out there, look, I am an honorable man. Remember, I can't teach no better honor than coming out my mouth. When I'm saying I'm an honorable man with integrity. And I said, I give more respect to that man that's on the other side facing me. You don't have to have a 1 on his head. You don't have to have a 2 on his head. You don't have to have nothing. Just him standing over there means he should get my utmost respect. And that goes, because it could have been you, one of you green guys, having a chance to go on hard kennels. Come on, how that sound? Don't sound bad to me either. You know, why you got to be a nobody when you brave enough? And I come out here and I said right there in front of all y'all, just like I said it to you, I can come back and retract it and apologize for it. I have no problem doing that at all. That's how real it is. It is really that real. You know, it's not meant to hurt or to belittle or mess with anybody who ain't doing it to me. Sometimes I might walk a gray line because somebody's walking in my DEFCON. And when my DEFCON start going up in numbers, I get more and more battle ready. And that's just the person I am. You don't know me. But if you get to know me, you'll know that I'm still an honorable guy. There's not a guy out there who's not picked up an email, who has sent a text message or picked up a phone and called that they would tell you that Twin put me off. Not one of you guys. Not one of you, because I try to answer all of you. And it's getting to be so many. It's just taking more time to do it. You know what I mean? It's becoming a lot of people, fellas. A lot of questions, and sometimes I'm a little late because I still work. You know, it's getting to a point that once we hit the road, because I'm going to be hitting the road, my job is not going to be here. You know, sometimes it might end up, or, you know, Twin One going to be doing a whole lot of editing because I'm out here moving around the country.
Ask Lark, what kind of dogs he got?
Hey, Lark. Hey, Lark. Mr. Lark Johnson.
Just Lark.
Let's talk about some dogs. Mr. Lark, let's talk about some dogs. What kind of dogs you got? What's your line? Lark Johnson, you got some dogs. Come on, man. I done already put I done got 2 guys on it and everybody gave reply. Now, Mr. Johnson, you said let's talk some dogs. Okay, we want to talk about your dogs. Can we talk about your dogs? Well, Lord, there's thousands of guys that sent me there, so, I mean, I'll take time out just for you, baby, all day. I'll take that time out for you, man. I mean, if you send them to me, I got the computer up. Just give me a number and I'll pull it up. Give me a number and I'll pull it up. Yes, I want to talk some dogs. Today, I want to talk about Lark Johnson's, some of his dogs. So if you give them to me right now, I'll pull them up and let's all talk dogs today.
That's what it's about today.
Okay, you see, I'm staying at the Hilton Gardens. Okay, Rubber City, what you doing at the Hilton Gardens? And you at home? You got some dribbles in the room with you, bro? Is there something I need to come home and you gonna let me come in the room with you?
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm gonna run to the gas station.
Hey, Lord, I know you did. I'm just saying that, I know you did. So, hey, all I'm asking for, you know, you can send them to me. Just send me one of them now and I'll pull it up. I can't go through them all because I got thousands of pedigrees all over here, you know. But I'm on the now. So if you got some that you want me to pull up, bro, I welcome you. I welcome you. I want to talk dogs. I want to talk about your dogs. All right? I know you have always sent me your pedigrees. Nothing wrong with your pedigrees. So, hey, man, let's talk about your dogs. How they doing? How you doing? Well, I can understand that being too dangerous. And again, let me explain this to you guys. Being on the internet is not dangerous.
Hey, Jock Mason said, Clint, what do you do? What do you use when seizure to keep a dog calm?
During the seizure?
I think it's tissue.
AZM, Ace-promazine. Jock, Ace-promazine. Get your bottle of Ace-promazine. And you know, you get lucky, get you some lidocaine. See, these are the things that I used to get my hands on. Ace-promazine and I just said it. Let me see. Lidocaine. Bottle of lidocaine and Ace-promazine is what I used to use. I use that to calm the dog down and kind of make them like drunk. Ace-promazine kind of makes them drunk. It settles them down though. You know what I mean? Where you can do work on the dog. Another thing is when you got something real nasty that you got to really get down in there and get ugly with it, then you need to use the Ace-promazine along with the laxatives in the area. I mean the lidocaine in the area that you're working on to numb it out. That'll stop a lot of that out of control stuff. But always you need a bottle, guys. Ace-promazine. It's a real good product to have. It really is. You know, Banamine and all those are good after things, but when it comes down to dealing with a feisty dog, you want to have that around. Ace-promazine and some lidocaine. I used to use them both. You know, they do have, you know, can't really say where to get it. Just know, you know, there's all kind of colored webs out there. Blue, black, yellow webs. You know what I'm talking about.
Is there a certain amount of dosage you're supposed to use?
Yeah, it's based on the dosage of the dog's weight. You know, once you get it, you'll understand it, okay? Because it's in the bottle. It's on the bottle, and you just have to understand what your bottle's telling you. So everything comes with instructions. You just have to relate those instructions to your dog. Now, if I had a bottle of Ace-promazine here with a dog that needed it, I would know exactly what to do for the dog through experience. And this is where you have to gain your experience. Remember, you ain't gonna kill your dog with it. You're gonna sure knock him out and you're gonna make him over drunk. You give him too much, but you'll know what I'm talking about because it's like almost a drunk effect, but it calms and settles them down. Okay, it comes in handy. I've done a lot of serious things with that Ace-promazine. I seen him put Pretty Mama under it one time, and when we're trying to breed the Bozak, and it didn't help none. You know, drunk as hell, sloppy as hell. She was still a rough drunk. That's all I can tell you. She was acting crazy, and you know, any more than that would have probably hurt her. You know, because we gave her a hell of a nice dose to settle her down, but she never did settle down. She was drunk and still acting crazy. But Ace-promazine and lidocaine that'll help you, Mr. Mason.
Tell Jack, I want to get with you later on and tell him hit you up on the, you know how they hit you up, right?
Hey, Jock, you know how to hit me up, right? Just hit me up. You got the Going Hard email address, and then you got the phone number. Guys, if I don't answer that phone because that's the Dogman phone. So when y'all use that number, always text it. Or if you want to call me, send a text on there because I don't pick that phone up every day. Because I be working, but I pick it up a lot to answer because sometimes that phone be acting up. But it seems like it's trying to work again. So, hey, during the phone calls, they can come in and they won't be missed. And if anybody if I miss a call, I always try to call it back, okay? Or I always try to send out a text. Okay, Mike was going to be able to link. Then Mike, we going to be able to link, Mike? Hey, there you go. Thank you, Dread. Dread, I'm gonna read your story. Dread, I'm gonna read it, okay? Because you know, even if you're an old dog, man, you know, it's always good to know the law. Okay, I'm gonna say that to you guys. You know, one thing that I had in my favor, even through all my years of doing these dogs, okay? That's why I kept cameras around. And I kept my senses around. I knew what the law was pertaining to what they can and cannot do. Now I'm telling y'all now about the internet. You know, that line about you know, it's too dangerous about the people in your dogs. It's not the internet that's dangerous. You just don't know no better. I mean, and if you're an experienced dog man, Mr. Lark Johnson, then maybe you need to be a little bit more experienced on just knowing the law, not putting you down and not taking nothing away from you. I'm just telling you, this internet is not something you want to worry about when it comes to these dogs, okay? Even if you're an active dog man out here, you know what I mean? The internet is not going to get you busted. Being in a book is not going to get you busted. It's your behavior and how you keep your yard is what will get you busted, okay? And that's just the bottom line. And every one of these podcasts, including mine, it could be a police. They could be sitting there monitoring the thing the whole time. You don't see nobody running up in here arresting me. And you hear the shit that I say. So there's a reason why. And you have to understand, if you don't know that reason why, then you need to learn that reason why. That's going to help you out, where you can be a little bit more understanding, because, you know, you're not going to get nowhere either. Being a you know, like you said, remember, they're going to keep on calling you a nobody. Who are you? Who did you win? Who did you beat? You understand what I'm saying? Because there's no reference to you. So if it doesn't bother you, then at times you're going to have to take it on the chin when somebody calls you a nobody. You know, but you want to do it for safety reasons. Well, the internet is not going to get you in no trouble. Me coming to look at your dogs will not get you in no trouble. You showing your dogs to the world will not get you in no trouble. Okay? That is not going to get you in any trouble. What brings trouble is when you got guys shooting off, saying things that they shouldn't be saying about guys and what they're doing. You know what I mean? To me, that's where your trouble starts. Because sometimes guys go beyond the, you know, the permission of, you know, I should have a right to speak about certain things when it comes pertaining to me. Some people outside of that shouldn't have that right. It's like if I do a show a couple months ago and somebody else has the nerve to come out here on the platform and speak on something that I done, I say that's being out of line and that's being out of place. You shouldn't have to go through that because, you know, that's against the rules. If I don't speak it, then you shouldn't speak it. See, you guys have to understand that this internet shit is also a privacy to some of us, you know, that, hey, when it's time for me to open up to y'all guys to tell you what I'm doing out here today or tomorrow or any other day in the years to come, let it be on me. It shouldn't be on anybody else to speak on unless you was given permission to speak in their behalf. See, that's another mistake about the internet. You know, that's not giving the guys no respect. So that goes for everybody out here that wants to stay in the now. It's not your place. If you're not part of that now, then you don't have no business speaking of the now. Let me just say that to you right now. That's something that's going to be very much, you know, shined on. Now, if I bring out a book and I got a book full of winners and champions all in that book, guess what? That book will not be no trouble for nobody in that book because that's a book of the past. That's a fictional book, and that's a book that carries no proof. But it's a book of reference. That's why the journal worked. That's why Fat Bill's book worked. That's why Revelations worked. That's why those books are protected, just like this podcast is protected by my First Amendment rights. I'm not here to promote dog fighting. I'm not condoning dog fighting. I'm not doing none of the above. And anything that we speak on, y'all, is still fictional, historical. Fictional, historical for educational and entertainment. As long as everybody understand those grounds to walk on, because we're all grown men And there's no kids in here, shouldn't be. And women, it should be women and men. So you have to understand, the only thing wrong with everybody being dangerous now is because you're dangerous because you don't want nobody to talk about your yard, because you might feel like, they don't have that kind of respect for you. Because that's what they usually do. As soon as you show somebody yard, somebody got something chipped out and messed up to say. That's the only dangerous thing. Ain't nothing dangerous about putting it to Pedigree that you already sent before. And I know I put it up on the screen. Then you don't worry about that. And I understand where you're coming from. But let me put your mind at ease. You in my room, and I'm gonna tell you like that when you say something like that. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm not trying to get on you, but I got a Marine attitude. I need soldiers. I don't need scared soldiers. I need real soldiers. Okay? If you can send it to me then, you can send it to me now, because nothing changed. I haven't changed. You haven't changed, so don't make it an issue now. You asked about my dog, so I asked about your dog. Look what I get. Beware who you talking to. That's all I got to say. I'm the nicest guy in the area, but I'm going to be the realest. I'm not like everybody else. I'm not trying to be everybody else. I'm trying to be right down there and hang out with y'all. But you got to understand, I am still a Marine. If you don't understand that Marine attitude, then you ain't got no business with a pit bull. None at all. None at all. Because I'm the closest thing to my damn dogs. And I say that my dogs was going hard, I'm going hard. So if you can't take on somebody coming at you going hard, then, slide out and keep it that way. But I'm going hard, and everything I do, I'm going hard. And I want everybody in the room to be going hard, because that's what it's about. We got to respect each other, though. And nobody going to trust nobody if you don't respect each other. If you do got good dogs, you don't want to tell everybody about your dogs, then how you going to get hooked up? And you want to go into the basement and find those things out. You going to get down there and act the same way? Or you going to be one of them guys that want to show up but don't ever have nothing to show up with? I like all y'all dogs. I didn't see many of y'all dogs. I know a lot of you guys got dogs. Okay? But the time is going to come where, the question is going to be asked down the line. What have you done? I see you in here all the time. You got any dogs? Yeah, I don't want to tell nobody. Well, are you winning? Are you even getting out there? See, then you start getting those kind of questions. You don't have to show your pedigree, just tell if you're winning. Okay, then we're going to keep on asking questions. So it's better to come out and just enjoy the fun, and so we can enjoy your yards, guys. We want to see what's on your yard. And nobody trying to set you up. Who's going to set you up? How you going to get set up? Okay, I'm here to teach you young guys that is not don't do that, because I'm here to teach you that part. If you got words like that, then you need to speak up and say, Twin, well, let's talk more about the law. Instead of talk about dogs, let's talk more about the law. You understand? Because evidently, all y'all don't know the law. They want to talk to me about dogs yet. All right? So just keep that understood. Dread, I like what you said. And these fools wouldn't even give me an interview to the Dogman Academy. Well, I would, because somebody gave me a chance. I just sitting there watching me bring a 35-pound dog in there at 45. I sat there and I did one of them. I bought a 35-pounder in at 45 because the guy said he had a 45. I didn't have a 35, but I'm gonna make him a 45. But I'm gonna make him 45 and go get him. Okay, that was me, the naive one. Remember, these weren't Mayday dogs. Mayday dog came past. I didn't have several dogs since then. I don't know why everybody know me for being like I'm the Mayday man. I didn't have dogs on me for Mayday. I told y'all I had a Jeep daughter. I had dogs off of Snooty and Molly B and them kind of dogs. So I was definitely around in the 80s. As long as I was in North Carolina, I probably wouldn't have never been able to match a dog and know what the hell I was doing, because they wasn't telling me what to do. Gave me all the right dogs, but didn't tell me what to do with them. All right, I learned how to do what I needed to do with the dogs, and I learned the hard way, but I learned the quick way because I had somebody who was willing to say, "Twin, come here, young man. Man, what you doing? You gotta condition your dog, huh?" Remember, I tell you that all the time. That's what I said. I didn't know what he was talking about. The man sat me down and told me, man, what the deal was. He told me about the condition. He told me, man, you just don't do that. You gotta wait. Your dog, that dog is probably a 35-pounder, and guess what? He talked me through that thing. Guess what happened? Next time I went out and smashed me one with the same damn dog. Went out and smashed me another one with the same damn dog. Dog never lost again. He got stolen, but one thing everybody caught on to, the boy caught on. And when he caught on, I came back. And when I came back going hard. Why? Because I came back because I knew more. And that was only because that old dog man could have kept his secret because he was definitely active and he had to share shit with me. And what he did share with me, he opened the door. Because he gave me an avenue, and on that avenue, I grew on that shit. So don't be feeling like you cut off from the world when you should be part of this world. You know what I mean? Because we're all in this together. It's just, like I said, it's something we all have to come to terms with, man. We got to start respecting each other, and it comes like this, not just in this room, but to all the other rooms. You know, I want to continue calling out guys who want to act like they dogmen and they're not. We must continue to call them out. We have to continue that, because if you're not doing anything, then you should not be saying anything. I'm telling you, if I can shut up when Bat Bill walk in the room, I can shut up when one of my mentors walk in the room or take the floor, then goddamn, y'all, it's my room. And if I can shut up in my own damn room for somebody who deserves that time and space, then y'all should understand what I mean by giving due respect. So if you're a nobody and you're still talking, then you ain't caught it yet. If you questioning somebody who's been there and you have no idea because you never even been walked on the dirt that he's walked on, then you're out of line. And that's keeping it real. Don't tie up the time that we have to learn with ignorant stupidness. Come on now. So we need that out of all you guys. And it takes you guys to make it grow. Y'all are seeds that steady dropping seeds. And as long as these seeds are being dropped and everybody's dropping under the same understanding as one, then we all this disrespectful bullshit and picking and choosing. And too much of that and not enough of the other shit to me. Nowhere in the world I'm supposed to be clashing with anybody out there. And I ain't got shit. And nobody should be talking about nothing that I've done in the past because, damn it, you wasn't around to even go into me, so shut the fuck up. If you had a chance to go into me, you should have went into me. If you knew I was out there during that time, you should have went into me. It's not me having to go into no damn body. You see my position now, I didn't have to go through all that, and I'm looking at the position I'm in now. Look at the knowledge that I'm spitting out now. I didn't have to go through no hoops, point fingers and all that other shit. Look where I'm at now. When I'm out of it, I'm trying to spread it. So I'm telling you guys, I didn't go through it then, and we ain't got to go through it now. How can nobody tell me what? How can nobody even ask me what? How can anybody even say, well, you could have did? No, what I did. Now, if you were around during that time, you had all the opportunity to ask me them questions. And as a matter of fact, you could have came and met me because I've done enough dogs out here where everybody know me. So can I say the same to you? To a lot of people that have those kind of questions to ask. It shouldn't even be relevant now because it's all part of the past. That's the bottom line. And trust me, I shouldn't have to get back in with all you guys because I didn't put enough knowledge out there that somebody doubt anything I'm saying. I got enough people out here. Like I said, I can take 10 guys and go on a goddamn mad ass run through here and show you how deadly I can be and don't have to touch not a damn dog out there. All I got to do is get me 10 guys willing to listen to the hell I got to say. And if they listen, they'll make a difference and be no different than me. So anybody ever doubted me, there are people out here to be glad to accommodate your asses, to find out what kind of guy I really was in there, because that's all it's going to take. Them guys to pick up that football and run it, because I gave you the coaching plan. I didn't give you the game plan. I didn't give you the sources and the resources to do so. Become the best that you can be. Only thing I have not really actually gave y'all is the key. And that's not meant for everybody. You know, only guys that need to know that shit is the guys that's going to use it. And I have a way of finding out who those guys are before I put out anything. Because I do pay attention. Remember I said, me and my brother, we do run businesses in this, you know, in our world and in our mind, we grade everything that we do. And we notice everything that we do and the responses that we get. So we watch our own show. We watch the people in the chats in our show. Okay, so there's a lot of things to do. I ain't knocking on your door, or I'm not sending you little messages or telling you to do certain things. Then that means that Maurice don't see, Twin don't see you ready for that. Not that I don't like you or mad at you or anything like that. It's just some things that we're going to be doing that you're not ready for. And not to me. And I do hold that. I do hold that. Now remember, there's guys out there in this room right now who can register as many as you want to be, but they're vetting everybody because it's meant to vet everybody. What's going on over there is not going to be going on out here. So long as we all understand that and understand, don't make it a problem by speaking on things that you are not allowed to really be speaking on. You know what I mean? You know, don't sit there and say something about somebody that you have no right to say anything about. You know, everybody got a right to say something, but sometimes you don't have a right to say what you're saying. And if I'm doing my dog and I'm in the basement, should nobody have a right to say anything about my dog and what I'm doing in the basement unless I give you the right to do so. And that goes for everybody in this room. If you're doing something on your yard, should nobody have no business speaking on what you're doing on your yard outside of you unless you're giving them permission to do so in your behalf. Anything outside of that is disrespectful. And if I come across my table, you're going to get treated like you're being disrespectful. Because the person who's saying it, you better be ready to have your shit on point, because then we're going to come in and ask you, being that you took up on that right to speak, what the hell did you got that we can speak on about your shit? So you better have something to say. Because then we'll be asking you, then you need to get off of his shit and stay on your shit. Because you ain't got no business all in his shit, especially when you ain't got shit. Now, if y'all believe in what I've just said right there, or to understand it, give me some thumbs up on that. Because that means a lot in this room. Because that's one of the things that I notice gets out of control around these podcasts. When there's guys that you make a person worried when you start saying their name, trying to make yourself sound like you're relevant to something you have no business speaking on anyway. It's called respect. Respect the game. Respect the people that's playing, especially if you ain't playing. You should be the quietest person in the room. And what you know, keep it to yourself. It's not your right to speak on it. You want to speak on it so you want everybody else to know that you know something, and you shouldn't know nothing. You don't know enough to keep your mouth shut. That's what it makes it seem like. When you don't know enough to keep your mouth shut, then that creates a problem for everybody, because now we shouldn't trust you in anything you say, because you're constantly speaking out of line. You can't have a lot of that out of line speaking, guys. We got to keep that under the wraps. We need everybody to respect each other, because there's many guys in this room that really want to go play. Really, a lot of us out here want to go play. There's a lot of us out here who need more resources, like Knucklehead said. He does need that. He needs that. A lot of you guys need that. But until we get this under control about the respect and the integrity, then it's going to be shaky, guys. We can't change it wrong overnight. But believe me, we got enough guys out here that we can make a push for change. You know, we need to go to the basement. Those guys who really want to play, let's go to the basement. Those guys who just want to be a part of something, stay upstairs and stick around here. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But know your place. Know your role. Stay within your lane. Don't get caught outside your lane and you won't get picked on. All right? It's called respect in anything you do. You might be a guy that just loves to be around the dogs. No problem. You can be relevant doing that, but do it in a respectful way and do it with integrity, because it's still not your right if you ain't doing shit. You do have a right to open your mouth, but you don't have the right to speak on anybody who doesn't give you the right to speak on something they're doing. Whether it's right or wrong, that's disrespectful, because what he's doing has nothing to do with out here. Everything he's doing has something to do with down there. And anything that's going on down there is no right to be brought upstairs unless you're given permission to bring it upstairs. And so if we catch you doing it, you're going to get crucified in this room. You're going to get crucified, because this is not the place for that. If you got a beef with somebody in the room, you got a dog, then we shouldn't be having to hear all that back and forth. I'm pretty sure down the line, y'all figure it out. Y'all come together and y'all fix it. Other than that, and neither one of you got a dog, and neither one of y'all doing nothing but talking, then you both need to shut up. Because we want real dog men to take the floor around here. Real dog men, real dedicated dog men, real dog men who wants to really do something. Not knocking y'all who don't, not knocking you guys that haven't had the opportunity. We're trying to make a way for you guys so when you do get the opportunity, you're doing it with the right shit. We're trying to give you the right information so you can make the right choices. We need that support. And we need that support coming from not only the guys with dogs, but the guys who are trying to get dogs and the guys who ain't got dogs. We need that support from 7-8. We need that support from Pro and Game. We need that shit from Pedigree Bay. We need that shit from Growing Hard. We need that shit from my chat room. We need that shit from all of you guys. This upstairs is nothing without the downstairs. Understand that. It has to have everything to do with downstairs, because that's where all the important shit is. So if you're with me on that one right there, you know what I'm saying? If y'all feel me on that one right there, you know, I need some of this. The strength, power, show me you with that. Because that's what it's going to take. We have to do this by strength. Togetherness. We don't even get past to the roses until we get the strength together. Remember, the roses come in victory. Strength come in war. So right now we at war. So we need these. We don't need roses. We need these. Power, strength, togetherness. Everybody on the same accord. We got to do this together, man. And the only way we're going to do it, man, we got to communicate. You know, you want to know what's on your yard. We want to know. Hey, man, we can stop a lot of stuff from getting there to the point where you might find something that's worthy of going in there and fixing your stuff. Now, again, man, I've seen guys literally since I've done this start all the way over. And I'm dead serious. Because they want to, look, there's nothing sweeter than winning. Not saying that you're not going to have your share of losses, because I have. Okay? Maybe not a lot, but enough to understand what it is to lose. You know? But that's not the fun part of it. The fun part of it is being able to be there. Period. Like the NBA, the NFL. You're just glad to be there. Especially if you get a chance to play. That's even better. Don't be no superstar. For everybody to know who you are, not just the local favorite, you're the whole damn world favorite. You know what I'm saying? Like Mayday and them stuck up on their pedestal. We hear still, everybody just used to hear so many people rag on Mayday. You know what I mean? They just do. I don't understand that. I don't understand why they rag on the dog that's just as great as the damn his father and his father before him. All the way back down to Red Boy. You know? Just don't understand. Why? Because the dog made a great impact in the game, whether you like it or not. Accept it for what it was and accept it for what it is. It's history now. So to speak on it the way you do, it looks like, you know, we need to put our hater blockers on, because that's what it looks like when you guys do that. We can talk about every bloodline in the world, and every one of them got something really messed up to say. Every damn one of them. I can speak bad on every bloodline I choose to speak on, really. If I acted like you guys, don't give no dog respect. But I can guarantee you this. The person that's doing it the most is the person who ain't got shit. Guaranteed. And if he do got something, it ain't worth a shit. Or he wouldn't be talking about everybody else's shit. Right? So be aware. This is the front line defense right now. Because see, we put it out there for everybody to hear. We catch somebody doing that, either he ain't got no dogs or he ain't doing nothing, but either way, he need to be quiet. That's all I'm saying. There's no relevance in that in this room anymore. I'm just letting you know. That goes for any other room that you want to go to. You know, you can share that shit with them. Maybe they care, but over here we're gonna have too many real dog, man, and we're gonna be able to root you guys out. Because we just don't have that kind of space for you guys. Not right now. You know what I mean? This is not meant for you guys to just sit around and do nothing. There's nobody in this room, not that I can tell, that wants to be that guy. You're going to be in here because this is the closest thing to the real. And if you ain't got nothing, the show can bring you back to some good old times that you did have, when you did have, because a lot of you guys have stories. Like my man there, you know, he had all that good stuff. You know, he's sitting in the room and with no dogs. Why is he in here? Because he's sitting here like me. He enjoying to hearing what I'm saying, just like I would probably enjoy Fat Bill when he's saying it, or Abraham's if they was alive, or McNasty when they was alive. I mean, I would be enjoying all these guys. Thunder Kennels, all them guys. Them guys are important guys to me. Gator Boy, I can just name so many of them, man, that can get out here, man, and have had so many great dogs to talk about. I would love to talk to the guys that had Pandy. You know, they had great dogs. You know, I can tell you about kennels that had killers. You know what I'm saying? There's many of those out there. These are guys of the past. These are good stories, good conversations. They're not set out there for somebody to go stomping on, especially by somebody who ain't got even half the damn credentials to even speak up. You know, that's not respect. Know your role, play in your lane, and stay in your lane.
Knucklehead want to know how to get your email address.
Knucklehead, go to the Babiza video. Knucklehead, go to the Babiza video. Go to the Babiza video. It's gonna have my phone number and it's gonna have the website. Guys, anytime you don't have my email, you guys that really want to get in on the historical book of records, you guys, look, first you need to find out who in this room are registered already, because they can get you in. It don't all have to be on my lap. There's guys out there that can help get that done. You just got to know who they are in the room. And you know, it's not on me to tell you who they are. If they want this up to them to let you know who they are. That's the way this thing is working now. You know, because if you give me a flash of stuff and I got to vet it, I'm going to vet best on what I only see in my own room. I remember I have access to all the videos, all the chats, like all the people. I mean, I can almost tell you when there's a stranger that doesn't fit right in this room. All right? So I expect the ones who really want to play, if you got dogs and you really want to play and be real about it, then you'll find that person that needs to be found. Other than that, if you're real about your shit, yes. Go to the Babiza video. It's going to have my phone number and my damn email address. Those are the guys that can send me their information and I will respond. Any questions, anything that you want from me. If you do that, I will be there. Knucklehead, I am, like I said, man, I heard what you said. And you hear me? I didn't say your name more than you ever never heard, because you said something that meant a lot. And you were dead ass on point. So yes, I'm going to continue saying your point because it's a good point. And you are one of them guys that need all our help. And I'm going to show you how to get that help. I'm going to show you how we can stand behind you. Because if that's what you really want to do, that's what I'm here to do. And I'll grab everybody who wants to be on that bandwagon to help you do that. Because we respect you for wanting to do that. And I respect any man who wants to do what they're doing when it comes to this to the utmost. And like I said, I ain't never too big that I can't apologize. I ain't afraid to say I'm sorry. I'm not afraid to say excuse me. I'm not afraid to even retract something I might have said wrong. Just to get it right, because I want to be honest to you guys. Very important to make that note clear. And I've been doing that since I've been here. Sometimes I had to go up on the down, you know, the warpath to set certain things right. That's just letting you know that it get like that in the dog game because I'm a dog man. You know, but when it boils down to it, I got to put it back in the level that I still have to respect whoever it is. As long as they're willing to go across that wall and stand on the other side of that mug and face me, then I have no problem with you.
Hey, Ashanti said, read that right there. Ashanti said, and speak on the ADBA while we use the ADBA and don't get caught up in that paper shit.
Ashanti, Marcel, you're right. That's why I'm not on Facebook. I'm only on the ADBA. And the circle will never know how many dogs I've bred. Well, Santi is right though. I mean, Santi's not on Facebook. Okay, because I mean, really, if you are an active dog man, or you want to, you know, you got your dogs, and you're in this game for a different reason, he's not on. He don't have dogs for the purpose of Facebook. Okay, Santi, you're right. You're right. You know, I mean, Facebook is only a pattern that, you know, down the line you might make it there when you got somebody to brag about or post up about your champion who's always became part of history. But right now, there's no need to be on Facebook. If you got, you don't have nothing to represent. You know, a lot of these guys, that's what I say the same thing, Ashanti. I wouldn't put nothing of my upcoming shit on no Facebook either. Trying to brag about something what I got. What you got ain't proved nothing yet, so why are you putting it on Facebook? No, don't put it on Facebook when you become a winner. Why are you putting that on Facebook? You understand what I'm saying? There's no reason for that until you're done. You're done with it, then you put it on there. You don't have to put the damn dog's career on Facebook. We're trying to get a publication where you guys don't have to do all that stupid shit. Because Facebook is not nowhere you want to go putting what you doing. This bottom line, not even this podcast. None of this got nothing to do with what you're doing in the basement. That is none at all. This should not be discussed out here on no open forum anywhere. All right. So Shanti, that was to you, and you're right. ADBA, I like ADBA. I'm like you with ADBA. All my dogs was ADBA registered. Why? Because they're the only ones that I knew that was legit. Now, everybody else might have their little arguments and fusses and all that shit, but I would have had ADBA papers than anybody else's papers. I don't even like UKC papers. right? I didn't really even like the game dog papers. You know, because it wasn't legit enough for me. It wasn't legit enough for me because anybody could put anything and it would be accepted. At least, I mean, it probably worked like that with the ADBA, but I know every dog that I put in was the way it was bred, was the way it was bred. You know, I'm like the guy, man. That I mean, if I was doing drugs, I wouldn't use cut because I wouldn't have time to do the shit. I wouldn't mind messing with this shit for. I'm gonna send it out the way it is. I mean, that's how I felt about my dogs. You know, there's no reason to lie about something. What's the purpose of lying? About what? You know, everybody else had their own motives, but I didn't have a motive. Not something I got to be trying to explain 20 years later. Y'all kiss my ass on that one. Keep it real. That goes for y'all too. Y'all want to know the truth. Y'all should be able to act the same damn way. How's somebody going to try to talk to you about something you did 20 years ago? Get cussed out. Am I right? You know it. Nothing to be explaining. 20 years, you got that much time in between that you shouldn't even be talking about that shit now. We should be on something that's more relevant. You know, I had dogs back then. I did. Had a lot of them dogs back then. I did great things with my dogs. I'm just telling y'all what I did. You know, and I was explaining to you why I did the shit. But some of them questions, you will get cussed out messing with me. You will get cussed out. Why did I do this? Or why did I? Well, guess what? It probably wasn't there for me to do. You know what I mean? A lot of shit happens out there. A lot of stuff happens. A lot of stuff happens when you're out there. And until you get a fever of what it looks like and feel like, and you ain't done it, then, you know, put your ass in a chair. Because you ain't in the big boy chair yet. And you shouldn't be allowed to be in the big boy chair with that attitude and behavior. That's the things that to me stand out to make me see a green person. Or no, a person who ain't got nothing. Just know that we will throw back anything that you ask the question. If we can't get the same answer that you're trying to get out of us, then we shouldn't have to answer your question. Because I want to be able to make sure the person asking me the question is relevant to even ask.
Pitbull Sean said Joe Abraham is alive and his brother Nate was passed away.
Right. Thank you. Right. I knew Joe was still alive. I knew Nate had died. Yeah. Yeah. Joe is my man. Nate was my nigga though. Mr. Cool. He was cool. But thank you for that information. I actually was asking because I knew one of them had died, and I always thought, you know, it was Nate, but I wasn't sure. But now you just really made it real clear that it was Joe that's still alive. You know, both of them were great dudes. Both of them were, I love both of them dudes because they really showed me a lot of love for many years. And all the respect in the world. And I've seen some of the greatest shows with them guys. So just letting y'all know, the Abrahams, I salute. Slick City was the real deal. R.I.P. to Nate. And I'm telling you, them were some great brothers. Them are my legends. Them are my mentors. Them are the guys I will go to my grave talking about and appreciating the information and just the chance to be hanging out with them.
Somebody said twin. Felix Benji, hey twin. They got any of that SuperNet stuff down off of Charlie?
Felix, there are dogs out there that's got that going hard Grand Champion Ace Cross in them. And believe me, bruh, believe me, if you can find it any kind of way coming off of that Ace stuff and it's working, you're going to know what it is because it's a hard-biting, very rough back-end style of animal. I'm just letting you know. That's what an Ace dog look like. I can't say Charlie. I can just tell you what I saw off of Ace, and by us breeding Grand Champion Ace into our line of dogs, and that including Mayday and all that other stuff, what it bought us was Ace won 6 matches, one including the champion Rocky, smashed him. in short order, those are the kind of dogs that we had. They were real great back end, very aggressive, hard mouth bulldogs. Now they're out there. They're out there. If you see Charlie, then you want to find Ace, because Ace was the factor in the going hard line. Definitely a factor in the going hard line, and still a factor today. You know, going hard dogs got mixed with Mayday in there though. All right,
And Buck.
and Grand Champion Buck. You got to understand. I mean, see, my chemistry, my full impact, where I felt like I turned into Super Saiyan 3. When I call it Super Saiyan 3 is when I had the Stone City, Mayday, and Grand Champion Ace in a line of dogs.
What about Buck?
I mean, I did. It says Stone City, that's Buck. Mayday, that's Southern Kennels, and Grand Champion Ace, us breeding Amber, the Grand Champion Ace. That three right there is what made, to me, going hard, because now we got a line of dogs like this. Not just one or two. We got a line of them doing this. Okay? That's, to me, is when we hit a new plateau. And to me, that's the going hard line right there. You know, that's the line that made Baby, Made To, the Brat, all those dogs. That line right there, when I bought those three things, even added some hardcore, they're out there. There's guys out there that's got dogs off of all the whole little crap together. You know, I just met up with a friend the guy that actually had Brick, kind of a legitimate brother. You know what I'm saying? He just made contact. You know I'm gonna be giving him a call, because he's the one that has he's the one that had the Made To Diablo hardcore and Mayday cross. So, and he's still around. So, and he was crossing his shit with the Cunningham Bear shit. I showed you the picture of the little male today when they took the dogs off my yard, what I had on my yard, the dogs that they took. Somebody even had to know to ask me, oh, how did I know they were going to be good? Anybody who know me, they'll tell you why he know they were going to be good. You ain't got to even ask me. You know what I'm saying? Because anybody who know me know when I say they were good dogs, they know why I said they were good dogs. Because I do things that y'all can't do. I do things that I wouldn't tell y'all to do because y'all ain't me. You know, when it boiled down to it, I was doing whatever it took to be on my yard. And my young dogs, they got early work. I was not afraid to give my dogs early work because I can train my dogs. You can't. I can take a young dog and bump the shit out of him and have him doing grown dog shit by the time he's 14, 15 months old. Doing grown man moves. Making grown man moves. By doing the right thing because I know how to train a dog. So when I say I had a good dog and my young dogs, you know, my young dogs looked good, there was a reason why they looked good. Because I build up until the day comes when it's time to improve itself. I cannot brag on something that ain't one shit. But I can call them good as I want because they was good for me. And if I'm feeding them and they still in my yard, that's why they all that in something. Because I'm one of them kind of dudes that don't feed bullshit. I teach it real on my yard. You know, a lot of things that y'all won't do that I will do. And that is wipe out some shit if it ain't working. I ain't trying to add some shit to make it work. I'm getting rid of that shit. And real dog man will tell you that. You gotta be willing to give up. Know when to call it in and start over. You know? If you ain't, then you'd be the first one to ask that dumbass question. Well, twin, why did you think they were good? Well, what do you think? And somebody asks you that, what are you gonna say? And you ain't done nothing with yours. You can still go on a blind dream. See, there's a difference between yours and mine. Mine, my eyes have seen when I speak on, you know, I don't dream. I take out too many great bred dogs that don't make it on my yard. Understand that. Don't give a damn how they bred. They don't make it. They don't stay. And I don't sell my shit or give it away. That gives you an idea of what kind of guy I am when it comes to my yard and how my dogs are bred. It didn't matter.
Scientists said maybe a dog had a shot of Zebo in them.
My Mayday dogs did. I know my dogs had a shot of Zebo in them because of Ace. Pretty Mama had Zebo in her, and she was a red boy dog. You can't even look at Pretty Mama pedigree and tell she had Ace and Grand Champion out in her because you just see nothing but red boy. But you go further back, you're going to see Art, Zebo, all kind of dogs back there. You know, dog that you thought was triple red boy, nothing but red boy, but she wasn't. That's like Ace. My dogs got Zebo in them. The ones with the cross baby in them, they got double Zebo in them. Because they still got Pretty Mama in them, and they still got Ace in them. Both dogs had Zebo in them. So you understand what I'm saying? That Zebo was in their line, and that's probably why, if you notice, Going Hard dogs got the Zebo ears. Look at Grand Champion Ace. Look at Grand Champion. Look at Red Ace. Look at Brat's ears. They got the Zebo ears. You know, little airplane, little ears things. Yeah. So the characteristics, and this is the way they were dogs. Remember, I know what a bulldog look like, especially when I can put him in on a corner and go against somebody and prove my point. Okay? Yes, there was Zebo all up in all those dogs. There was a combination of, remember, there was a little Zebo coming through Tom's Spider, then there's a little Zebo coming through Champion Pretty Mama. But at the same time, majority of these dogs were yellow, red boy, Jeep. You gotta look at Baby's pedigree. You're not gonna see Jeep in her pedigree one time. You're gonna see Jeep in her pedigree a lot of times. You're gonna see Zebo in her pedigree a lot of times. You're gonna see Yellow and Yellow John a lot in their pedigree. You're gonna see Grand Champion Buck a lot in their pedigree. It's the top to the down, the finest, greatest dogs, the top female and the top male in the dog game for years. When I got out there, was the top 5, 6 dogs. So I had all those dogs and Going Hard dogs. Why wasn't I gonna win?
AQ Henry said, Twin, have you ever started a yard over?
Yeah.
Said AQ Henry.
AQ Henry. Heck yeah, I start over. Look, man. Remember, I came in the game with dogs right off of Snooty. I had dogs off of Snooty. I had dogs off of Stevenson's Big Ben. Molly B. bred the Snooty. I had dogs that Pope. I had dogs off of Bosco. I had Bosco's son. I mean, these dogs. I had Eli dogs that I came in the game with, and Snooty dogs. How did I end up with Mayday dogs? And dogs this built up of Amber herself. Remember, Amber herself. I created a whole line of dogs off of just breeding Amber and having Amber bred the Grand Champion Ace. That started the whole Going Hard rescue. That canceled everything else prior to that, because that was my new start. I had ran through all my Eli shit, to be honest. I did. It wasn't winning for me. I won a few. I did. Mikey, he won. You know, I had Judo. Yeah, he was winning.
Dusty was winning.
Dusty, she was a winner, but she didn't make it. She, remember, 205, she got right over there and took the 10 count. But these were dogs that, you know, they was winning, but they weren't. You know how you can get to a point and you know that you're around these great guys like the Abrahams and Roadblock. I'm talking about most of the guys I was running into were from either Buffalo, Rochester, or they were from Detroit in the Romulus and Saginaw area. And then I got my own hometown right there in Ohio. So I know that the dogs that I was trying to fuck with wasn't the ones that I needed. Remember, Pope bought all that Joe Red and all that Eli stuff up through there, and it didn't pass nobody. It started off doing good. It really did. Yeah, what he did. It was a dog named Daz. I finally found out his dog named Daz. But he was a black dog and couldn't nobody whip this dog. And he was an Eli dog. He was bred gray too, y'all. He was a badass dog. He was bred. Name was Daz. Everybody from the Act Right, y'all know who I'm talking about. Old Daz. Now that was a hell of an Eli dog. But look, the things that should have been done with him didn't get done with him because of the people who had him. They had another one that was right in the same line. His name was Hatchet. Remember, I had his son named Ratchet, and Ratchet stopped Joe Red. You know, like I was saying, it was a role, but it was a role that wasn't even relevant in these days. Who talks about a role, okay? But it was just the fact that the dogs came out the same yard. He kept one, and he thought I got rid of the bad one. I ended up with the bad one. You know what I mean? It was that line of dogs that I'm talking about when I talk about Daz. Damien and Hatchet. There's guys out there from AK where I'm from will tell you these dogs that I'm talking about were some badass dogs. But why didn't Twin keep them? Because there were better dogs out there. Exactly what it was. It was better dogs.
That new line
came through there and changed up everything for me. That's what it was. I had good ones. I was winning. I'm winning big, nice ones. But the domination didn't come until I seen that Grand Champion Ace in that amber breed, and you gave me Red Ace. Red Ace is all I needed. Red Ace is all I needed. It might not have worked out good for where I wanted to, but she taught me a lot that I knew what it took to have a killer. I knew what it took to go out there and beat champions with a dog that you know could be a champion. And it was that right there is why I started over. And I took that bitch and I went to Mayday because I saw Mayday. And my mind was already set when I saw him up in there in Connecticut that I was going to breed to him one day. And I stuck to that promise and I made it happen. And that was what really began the bloodline to me of the Going Hard dogs. And it's not anything but a consistent of some of the great kennels that was out there during the time. Stone City, Hardcore, Mayday. I ain't got to say Going Hard because it's the Going Hard business that I'm breeding to. A line that we created. That we bred their shit into our shit, and that's what became the Going Hard line. Yes, they're out there. There's guys still out there using them. You go out there and see it, you'll see there was winners out there. Remember, they just didn't win on my yard. They went out there and they won everywhere else, in different parts of the country. That's when you know there's a line that worked. You know, I never kept a fake dream because I got rid of too many dogs, man. I got rid of dogs that was bred great. Breeding didn't mean shit when they didn't come use to me. When there was no more use, they was gone. And everybody know my attitude about what I mean when I say that. I value my chain space. I don't play around with my chain space. I don't look on my yard and see no hopes and dreams. None. That's not why I'm raking up all this shit. It's not why I'm feeding and doing medicine and caring for a dog and then having to take so many of these dogs out and getting them ready for the future coming. To sit there and have this twisted up thought in my mind that I could see this dog's future and he's gonna be all this and all that. That was one thing that I did not do. That I done seen enough badasses out here get their ass kicked. I done seen dogs that I thought was bad as hell and couldn't get whooped. So it wasn't no way, that way of thinking, that shit went out early in my days. Because I ran across a lot of badass dog men that showed me what a real badass dog looked like. And I've seen many of them. And believe me, I know what one looked like. I know what I need to have one. I know what it took to get one. And I know how to get out there and be competitive with whoever had one. And whoever it was. It didn't matter. Don't care about all that. Whether you great or you ain't. Don't matter. Just get in the box. Now, you can't do that, then what are you talking for? You shouldn't even be allowed to even guys that even say those kind of remarks and they ain't never been in that box. I think it's a disrespectful question from somebody who ain't never done a dog. I'm sorry. I do. Because they don't know the full impact of what it takes to do that. You know what I'm saying? Where we take that shit personal. Literally, we do. We take it personal.
Hey, Dred said, are you going to tell the guys how you knew your dog was at true weight?
Well, I mean, I always, it had to do with the working, fellas.
That's Dred said.
Dred, this is how you asked that, what the true weight was. Dred, you know how you find out the true weight of your dog? When you out there doing your prep work, right? And remember, I lived on a farm, so I had 4-wheelers, I had treadmills, I had electric mills, I had pull harnesses. I worked my damn puppies. And I worked them to the point that I knew what their true weight was because I worked with them. You know, when you working your dog and you putting your dog on that scale, what it looks like that you feel is going to be that dog's best weight. I didn't wait to the last minute. I didn't call a weight and didn't know what my weight was. I knew all those things before I got there. I made all those decisions while I was schooling him through his process. I'm one of them guys that they would say, damn, Twin down there bought a damn shake dog to the road. Well, you know when you come to me and you call Twin, you already know how Twin coming anyway. Twin gonna come already put together because he's looking for something. Why, he can get it for free. Remember, it ain't costing me nothing but the time that I put into my dog. When it really cost me is when I step on that wall and I got another person over there saying they can whoop me. That's when it really boiled down to the questions being answered. Prior to that, I'm looking for everything that I can get free. I'm gonna know exactly what my dog gonna look like when he's working at his pit weight. I'm gonna see it before I even put a dime on it. When I go game testing my shit, I don't care if I go up a little higher, because I'm in for the game test. And you know, you got a dog that you probably didn't took off the chain and you're gonna run into a dog that I've been working with. I don't give a damn how big you is. You get ready to take some punishment. Because it's not my fault, it's not my damn problem of what you bringing. And don't complain about what the fuck I'm bringing. Because I'm bringing one to be checked. And I'm checking for my purposes. I'm trying to teach y'all that. Stop wasting your game. Stop wasting your dog looking for something instead of looking for everything. You're looking for something. Or you just grabbing because, you know, you got a chance to do something and all that. It don't work like that in our camp. We ran our camp like a business. Our dogs ran like a business. When the guys is out there that's still using those dogs, I can say Gameville, they still winning and they're doing their thing. And I'm going to tell you what, they bred them dogs and they handled them dogs like a business. And that's because the man who learned, he learned from a person he was with, and that was me. And he's got his own world now, but he's still out there. There's a way that you get those dogs together and you bring them. It's nobody else's business. Now ain't nobody else's problem. It's all about you and what you do and the decisions that you make. Not thinking about everybody else. That, you know, you want a good answer to a good question. To find out the dog's true weight, I had to play with the weight and see for myself by getting the dog down at the weight and seeing how they work.
What was judo?
He was what? Probably what?
Real Fat Bill, what he said.
Okay. Well, Fat Bill, I'm gonna pull up his pedigree right quick, and you tell me, okay? I'm gonna pull up his pedigree, and I want you to see it, and you tell me, because he was a head riding ace. That's all I can tell you about judo. Because that's the best I can tell you about judo. But he was definitely a damn special damn dog. He definitely went against the grain.
He was a Snoopy dog?
Yeah, he was riding by the beat. This is actually my first real match dog. There's judo, guys. Brother, sister breeding off of Molly B and Snooty. That's my first match dog right there. Now, I don't know what to tell you, Fat Bill, as far as the Snooty blood in them. You know what I mean? But these are the dogs that that was one of them right there. And I beat the I beat a two-time winner off of the RC boys. I think it was Bronco. His name was Jughead. He couldn't win the championship on me that night. Yes, he was double bred. And I'm not even the one that bred the dog. I actually got the dog from Atlas Brewer, who actually got it from, they were together when I got him. James Edwards and Atlas together when I got him. He looked like an big old goofy ass brindle dog too, y'all. He was a brindle dog. Fat Bill, I didn't buy a lot of dogs from him, but I got enough from him. I got one that was off a smeller. His name was Bruiser. I got one, he was off a smeller. His daddy's was Bruiser. And we had one off a solo who was off a Low Posse's Buster. We got that one from James. And who else? BA. We had one named BA we got from James. Blood we got from James. Yeah, James we was getting dogs, and the funny thing about James, when we started having litters, we would take him over to James, and he taught me how to cut their ears, and it was in some of the weirdest shit, but he did it about 2 or 3 times for me. Cut my puppy's ear and threw him in a box and let him bleed out. But outside of that, he was funny. He reminded me of Donald Trump. You know how you take that piece of hair and you used to, Donald Trump put that piece of hair. Well, James had that same funny hairdo, and he was always a character. But I enjoyed Atlas Brewer and James, and really didn't realize how great they were until I moved to Ohio. See, I lived in North Carolina, right there down there in Kinston. And I lived down there for several years. I have a family down there. And really didn't know how great these guys were until I left and got up into the city. And they hit me to who those 2 guys were and what they meant to the game. I knew Tom Gardner when people say he wasn't doing dogs, I knew Tom when he was doing dogs. Yeah, I knew Mr. Farron before he was doing dogs. I seen Stevenson's Big Ben at Mr. Triplett's yard. That's right. Right. Say, leave sleeping dogs where they need to be. They're sleeping dogs. I'm gonna tell you, I think Tony Way had a lot of good dogs out there by way of Snooty too, Fat Bill. I know you know, was it Black Dragon Kennels, T Wade, had that Miss Rennie, and had Champion Tate. He was a nice snooty dog. I would have to give it to him, and I can tell you Rennie was all that and some. Rennie wasn't no joke either, you know? So, and look, Atlas gave him Snooty's gravestone, not to say like it wasn't all that, but I would have took it and took that with pride. I'd have been proud to have Snooty's gravestone, you know what I mean? I seen Snooty when he was alive, but I was really proud to see that, you know, that Atlas would even offer it to somebody like Tony. You know, where everybody used to say that these guys were like prejudiced guys. I never seen a prejudiced bone in none of them's body, you know? I know that they didn't teach us how to condition dogs back then, and you know, you can buy a dog all day, and they'll sit there and show you they match dog, but they won't tell you a damn thing about what they did to get that dog to look like he was looking. Now, one time did any one of them offer me that? The whole time. Well, I'm pretty sure, but this is a guy who's my good friend. I knew Harry Hargrove. I knew all those guys when I was down in the Carolinas and didn't have no idea who they were in the game until I moved up north and found out that these guys was real, you know, famous guys. Remember, I didn't even have a journal when I was in North Carolina. I didn't know nothing about the journal until I got up north. Once I got up north and got hooked into the journal, that's when I realized when everybody telling me, man, you know these guys, man. These guys was like, I see them guys every Sunday.
The
whole lid was cold, but he right though. You know, they did get weeded out now. I mean, they stole judo. Now, see, we didn't get a chance with judo. We really didn't get a chance with blood in them because they didn't make the test.
Judo crushed off.
Judo went through that. Let's see if I got the other one. These are the other ones that I have from you. Let me see if I can find one. Here's one right here. Fat Bill. Bill, here's one right here. I'm gonna put him up. This dog right here. I had him and his brother. His brother was BA. Now, I took this dog here, y'all, and I beat the Robinsons in Jacksonville. I beat them with this dog here. And the dog's name, at the time, they say he was a champion, name was Thor. They say it was Thor. You see, that's a snooty dog. That's an Eli dog.
That's an Eli Snooty cross.
Yeah. I mean, he was a bad dog too. He was. And damn, I remember, what was that boy name, man? The Kane, the one that had the little black dog we put on him. Yeah, he was a little dang, the one that grabbed him on the arm.
Oh,
Dang, what was his name?
Was it D-Ray?
No, this is in Carolina.
You talk about the neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah, he had Kane. That was his name, Kane. Then we had a dog that was bred like these dogs, almost like these dogs. His name was Kane. My neighbor had him. No, I think he got his from Atlas and them. They said he was a monster. He was a monster. He was also a people biter. Well, one day he talked enough trash where he wanted to go ahead and test him on blood. 19 minutes, we had him out of there. But here's the thing, y'all. I took this same dog right here, y'all, and put him on judo. And judo took his head off in like 20 minutes. 20 minutes, even though blood didn't quit, he would have.
And killed, but
He down and killed him. So, you know, he didn't have a chance against Judo. Yeah, they were bred alike, but you know, after that, you know, this dog right here wasn't no good to me. So once they took Judo, that was it. So you see what I'm saying about these crosses. This is the dog that I started off in the game with. I started off with them in the game. I didn't. This is what they gave me to work with. And then, like I said, I had dogs off of Rascal. I went and bred the Rascal just before he died. And then they tell you the guy who had his name was Pegretto, I think that was his name. You know, but he had a dog. He had Champion Rascal, and I bred to him with that stuff. And I had some pretty good dogs. I had one off. I called it Crybaby. You know, I definitely had Eli dogs. But once they stole this dog here, I never went back to it. I know they stole a good one. Cause we never bred him or anything. Didn't get a chance to. I took him out 3 times, and once they saw them last 2, you know, they made it a point to steal him and Mikey, and that killed my yard. White call. Yes, dear. Oh yeah? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Good. Let's see you in beauty. Yeah, that's who it was. That's who I'm talking about, Fat Bill. TKO. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay, I'm still alive there. Okay, bye-bye. Fat Bill, that's what I'm talking about. TKO. Yeah, I bred it. That's who I bred him to. I had a female. I took a female. Yes, I did. I bred the TKO Champion Rascal. So you knew who I was talking about. Yep. So yeah, I was getting around, man. I was one of them real enthusiast guys that believed in doing dogs, man. I learned, and I went out there, and yes, I met the great ones. I met some great dogs. Had some fun.
This Marco.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. I know that when you said TKO, I knew, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's who I met. That's who I went, and I drove up there and bred to that Rascal dog. And he was supposed to be a Champion Rascal, black and white dog. I bred my bitch to him and had little puppies. And them mothers about game as you can get them. Gave James Pope one, you know. He was the one that actually helped me with the female. And it was off that Bart stuff, that Eli stuff. Yeah, and it was game. It was game. It was definitely game. And I messed around there. And the only one that I wanted was the female, Crybaby. Her name was Crybaby. And she was a bad little female, y'all. I don't know what happened, man. One cold night, you know, I'm up in the north. I'm still in Ohio during the time. And I woke up one morning and seen her dead in her cage with all that straw and hay. And I don't know how the winter took her life, but that was a bad day for me because she was the last of what I call, you know, one of them good bred. These dogs was ADBA and they was papered the fuck up, y'all. I mean, with me breeding a Rascal and all, that was my first champion that I got a chance to breed to face. Rascal was my first. And I've been stuck to that ever since. But yes, I had the opportunity. And in Pat Bill, you know that's been a while. That put me way back there. Yes, I was way back there. And I had a nice experience. Yes, I did. I even talked to, you know, the old man named Goodyear. Old guy named Goodyear. I tried to go back and he had one off of Rascal. I think it was Goodyear's Rascal Jr. or something like that, or Goodyear's Rascal. Yeah, he was a son off of Rascal. You know, down the line, I even talked to him because he had an old dog, you know, off of Rascal, and I was trying to get some of that stuff back because I thought it was going to work with my Jeep bitch. See, I was trying to get it to breed to the triple bred Jeep bitch that I had on the yard. Remember, I had Jeep's daughter on the yard. She was triple bred off of Jeep bred and Swanson's Born to Win. You know, she was a little older, but she was still under 5 when I got her, and I was trying to breed her. She didn't have one puppy for me, guys, but believe me, I bred her to Rascal. Not Champion Rascal, but Mr. Goodyear's Rascal. So, yeah, we were doing I was hunting early, guys, looking for the great ones, and believe me, I didn't have no false narrative. No, not one false narrative in my bones that I have, guys. I've always been lucky enough that I called hard. You call hard, you know, there's no room for no, you know, bullshit getting by you. You know, we did blood NBA, and them dogs was bad, and they still asking, well, why in the hell did y'all put judo on them? Well, goddamn, judo was a match dog. These dogs look like they match dogs, but hey, there's a couple guys up in the Aqua to tell you, man, judo was not nothing to play with.
Neither was blood and BA.
But neither was blood and BA. They was exceptionals, but hey, I want to know. A lot of them, judo did a lot of damage to a lot of those Eli dogs. He did. He really did. He chopped down a million yards before they got away. Because back then I was still trying to learn. But once I got into the matching thing, it was over then. But prior to that, you know, we were putting him on Eli dogs and he was chopping them up. My boy, but the one thing is about him, Ratchet was game. All them dogs coming by way of Daz and the dog I'm talking about named Hatchet, I ain't never seen none of them quit. None of them. They might not have the ability then, you know, their line seemed like they had a little, that Eli messed up stifles type. You know, their back stifles was always looking a little thin to me. Had them big ass massive up bodies, big ass head, but their stifles looked weak. But they were good dogs. I ain't never seen none of them quit. Them dogs go down to the end. I got to give my props out to Damien. There's a good friend of mine from Akron. He know who he is. You know, he had one named Damien. You couldn't get one gamer than Damien.
Night Train.
Yeah, I remember Night Train. I remember all those dogs. Those dogs were game dogs. Now, these were Eli dogs, y'all. Now, the only thing that I have fault in them, they didn't have the ability. But gaming are all outdoors. Don't forget pressure. Another game dog. I used to have pretty pedigrees, guys. I used to have some very pretty pedigrees. You know, the only reason I have very pretty pedigrees because I was taught by James Pope about what pedigrees were and what they meant and how it affected the game. So, you know, having a great bred dog on the yard was very important to me because it said if your dog ain't bred good, he ain't gonna be shit. So I always felt that was the truth. So I wanted to keep breeding to the best shit out there. Well, I felt it was the best that I could get to. And it favored me very well because throughout my years, I've had a lot of great dogs. Well, I remember Motorhead too. Uh-oh, got somebody else. That's TDK? No, we were talking about TKO. I know TKO. I know TDK. You know who they are. Okay, fellas. Now, damn, I remember Motorhead too. Uh-oh. Jay talking about this ain't his first rodeo. Jay, you know you talking to an old dog man now. Don't be, you better behave. I tell you, you better listen. Old dog man. Any of your old any of your old dog man yourself, man. You know, you gotta get an old man look, you don't see me saying shit, do you? You don't hear me, you don't see me doing none of that. I told him what I had to say, then I give him back the floor. See, when it comes to a person of that caliber, man, who I know for a fact, the man been out there, he didn't match more dogs than I can count over through the years, y'all. And been very competitive. Better ask Super Nat. When his greatest was Champion Wooly, was that Champion Wooly there? Was that Champion Wooly or Miss Wooly there, Fat Bill? You put the brakes on with Miss Bolero, if I'm correct. But look, man, give that man that flow, man, because he got more to speak on than to go back and forth with anybody.
38-5. We were 38-5, right?
To us, we was a little more than 38. Add all that shit up, it was more than 38.
We didn't have 77.
No, we didn't.
Bill was at 77.
No, I ain't never had 70. I wasn't nowhere close to Bill. No. Bill was very active. Very, very active. And he went into great dogs. And when you beat Fat Bill, it was most likely in a great goddamn match, because that's the only thing that we ever known that really rang out. He had great matches. He had no problem going champions, grand champions, champions. He was open to anybody. So when the man is in a room like that, you know, why would I wouldn't even put my fingers on the keyboard to try to say anything to go back and forth. I'm just glad he recognized who the hell I am. See, especially when he said TKO, he know damn well. He know if I know TKO and I bred the champion Rascal just before he died and had a litter off of him. Yes, you can tell I had Eli dogs. You see the kind of dogs I had, guys. You know, that was starting over. Yeah, I start over again. All y'all need to do is give me the reference on who was who. Once I know who and who is, I can figure it out and make it work. Because the lines never change. Unless there's a new line out there who's dominating, it better be just as strong as Jeep, Yellow, and Grand Champion Butt, Awesome Baby, and Honey Bunch. That's all I got to say. I don't even have to add Mayday and Tab and all them into those equations, because I did when I spoke off them first 5 dogs. Understanding what I'm saying? And then if I forgot Buck, I mean, that's the only one I might have missed. But outside of that, that combination right there is what I always said was the working combination that made history. Because you wanted to have something to be competitive, you could not go wrong. And I think I proved that to myself.
You knew that, dude. Ernie. Her old Tab, brother.
Oh, Champion Ernie. Yeah, I knew the guy that owned Champion Ernie. Yeah, that's Champion Ernie. That's not the guy. That's a dog.
That was,
Champion
Freddie
Ernie.
Hill.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's fast.
Yeah. That's Champion Ernie. Yeah. Yes, I did. I met him before. Yeah. Yes, I have. I probably met him when I made that little run down there and I met Tom. I knew Tom down there. I used to run around down in North Carolina, man, because I lived down there. I was a Marine, first of all. The other thing was I had a son down there, so that kept me in the Carolinas. But my main reason being down there was BDK. If I wanted to go down and deal with anything that had to do with dogs in the area, I would always go to Kinston first. Kinston was my stopping point. And then from there, I could end up going anywhere. From Greenville to Fayetteville, to Snow Hill, to Wilson, to Wilmington. See, I went as far as Mount Airy, up there in them damn mountains. You know, I know we was up in some hills when we went to Mr. Triplett's house. You know, these were old dog man. I didn't know who them damn dogs was. I didn't even know who the guys was. These were guys. This was the guy taking me around to all these dog men and guys. For y'all to say these guys were predators, we were black guys going to these yards. So I never seen a prejudiced black guy, white guy when I was in the Carolinas. I know that they didn't teach us shit. They would sell you a dog, but don't get no information from them because that you wouldn't get. And I used to spend hours sitting there listening to them talk, not knowing who the hell was who. I heard stories about Spike. I heard stories about Maurice Carver. I heard so many wild ass stories, man. And this is the thing, you know, back then I'm listening to all this, you know, because we used to make it a point every Sunday we would go out to Atlas and James' house. Either we was gonna be meeting up at James's crib or we would be meeting at Atlas's crib.
Till Vernon started, I ain't know JR personally, but we was down there when Jordan played high school basketball. We knew Cedric Maxwell, Maceo Parker.
Right. Yeah, I didn't know JR personally, but I can tell you where I was at. I'm gonna tell you who I did know personally. I knew Maceo Parker, James Brown and the crew, Cedric Maxwell. You know, I knew them, I knew him, I knew Shackelford from
Stackhouse.
Yep, Shaq. I knew Michael Jordan. I actually seen Michael Jordan when he was in the 12th grade. They came to Kinston. You know, the guy name was Suggs. Kinston had another great basketball player.
Suggs.
Yeah?
I know it was Suggs.
His name was Suggs. And him and Jordan was probably the baddest dudes on the basketball realm during that time. And I'm going to tell you, Kinston beat Jordan and them that night. But it was a dunking contest between Suggs and Jordan.
Jordan had 53.
Yep, Jordan had 53. Suggs had 51 or something like that. It was a close game, but Kinston won. But there was another basketball player out there, y'all, who was just as cold as Michael Jordan during the time that I saw Michael Jordan come to Kinston and play basketball in his senior year. You know, so I actually seen Michael Jordan play in high school. And he was all that and he could jump. But there was a boy named Suggs that they was like a battling contest. They was going up and down the court slamming on everybody, not only just each other.
And remember Stackhouse, Ingram, and Maxwell out the same damn city.
Okay, Maxwell, I know Stackhouse, that was named was Shackelford.
Yeah, Stackhouse too.
Stackhouse, Shackelford,
Cedric Maxwell,
and
Ingram.
And Ingram. All of them was out of the same area, y'all, right there in North Carolina where I was at.
Kinston.
Right in Kinston. Kinston, North Carolina. You guys in North Carolina, y'all know about Kinston, right? Yeah, I mean, that's where, because we used to go to this particular gym. It was an athletic center, y'all, and we used to sit there and we used to dominoes and spades and then basketball. So I knew a lot of those guys early in life at a young age. Because they were young and we were young, you know what I'm saying? But I had an opportunity to see these guys grow. You know, I mean, Maceo Parker was already grown. He had a fine-ass daughter. That's how I knew who he was, because, you know, he had a fine-ass daughter. But, yeah, he was definitely another guy that, you know, that we knew that was real familiar and knew us because of the way we were. You know, me and my brother was wild. I think everybody in the city of Kinston knew us because we was just them guys. We had a lot of fun in Kinston. Met a lot of people in Kinston area. But my whole life in Kinston was fine. It just wasn't the city. I needed the city to live. You know, the country was too much for me because it just seemed like they don't like that city shit down in the country. I mean, anytime you go to court and the police pick you up and take you right to the courtroom and the judge see you walk to the door and he stop court and have you come up to the front, you know, that's what you call a hit time. I'm sorry.
Too well known.
When you become too well known, where the police don't take you to jail, they just take you right over there to the judge. That's what I call hit time. The judge got tired of our shit. He just gave us an ultimatum we can refuse. You know, they needed a break, and they needed a break from us, and they wanted us to go home. Okay, we'll go home. But we had a lot of fun down there. You know, I ended up going back down there. We still go down there, but, you know, again, they was tired of us down there, y'all. I'm young, a Marine, you know, we were going 95 miles an hour in a 55 mile an hour zone, and they didn't like it. Okay. Then said, now you're online following them. Okay, maybe I missed something in there. Yeah, I don't know about the Apex too, but we follow, look, we jumped on the Jordan bandwagon, man, when Jordan came out of high school. I'm telling you, man, we was already on the Jordan hype, man, before he ever got to North Carolina. We was running around all up in the triangle area, man, running behind Jordan. Yeah, man, shoot, man, we used to go up there and get rooms by just going out there as Marines, just going to the girls' dorm and parking in the girls' parking lot. Hey, if you can't pull a girl to spend the night with, you slept in the car.
Right up in Chapel Hill.
Right up in Chapel Hill, bro. We was guaranteed. We went to Carolina Central, we went to Duke University, we went to North Carolina. We just went everywhere, man. We was young boys, Marines, that just enjoyed life, man. And we were not afraid of shit. You know, we go over to the girls' dorm and be screaming at the girls, somebody gonna pull us in for the night or for the weekend. But we love that shit. And see, Ashante, you're a Lebron guy. Well, a lot of guys from Akron will tell you that he comes right out of my neighborhood. Southwest side Akron. That's where I grew up at. I'm the big brother that they be talking about. We are, you know, the streets produced a great kid. And this was long before y'all knew he even existed. Maverick Carters, all them guys, they daddies. They're my age. We were all friends. We grew up together. There's a whole big street story to LeBron James you guys have no idea about. The streets created that guy. The streets created that guy. The streets stood behind that guy. We had an image. We had a plan. A plan that was going to benefit everybody. And it worked, not with just him, because he's not the only one that got rich out the deal. Remember, he took all his friends, everybody. He gave back to the streets like we gave it to him. Yeah, we kept him out the street. We kept him out the street, to be honest. But the thing was, we did it with football, we did it with basketball, you know, that's just how it was in our inner cities. You take that out of the inner cities and we're going back to, we got a lot of murders going on at home now. High numbers. Why? Because you're not, the education and the sports is not as strong as they used to be because these young kids have lost the appreciation of the family of what we call loyalty and respect. You know, somewhere in there, we dropped the ball or we turned the volume down as far as demanding the respect that we deserve as adults and parents. You know, maybe you don't want your kids to be slapped on like your mom and dad was slapping on you. You know, my parents were slapping on me and I went to the Marine Corps and it turned out just fine. My kids, half of them like me because of my attitude. Well, damn that. Because I want respect. I'm going to get mine. I don't know what the streets is teaching you guys as far as the lack of respect. But when it gets down to the respect that you can't get the loyalty, not only respect, but the loyalty within your home. But you guys don't know what it means to be loyal to the home. Then how in the hell are we expecting anything better than that from you in the streets? There's no way in the hell you're going to have loyalty in the streets more than you do your home. Home always comes first to me. I wouldn't give a damn what the problem is. Take the bad with the good. That's why we always took it. You don't never hear LeBron talking about his mama. And anybody in Akron know what I'm talking about. So if he can do it, then anybody can do it. And respect that, because that's what we respect about him. We taught that we put that in him. We did. We put that in him to know that, hey, you got to put it into your community. The people who stood behind you the most was the people who stood behind not just him, but all of them, from the coach to his partners. We had a vision. Like I got a vision with y'all. It's the same damn vision I had with them. LeBron went up to my hometown and he damn near rebuilt our projects. We all got the finest basketball court, regardless of what side of town you go on. You can see his thumbprint all over Akron. And, you know, a lot of y'all might hate the man, but, you know, outside of basketball, we still love him because he's our nigga. He represented what Akron was really about, honestly. This is what Akron does when people come together. There wasn't no group of white people around LeBron that made LeBron LeBron. They shows told you down to come off the block when one of our friends died. There was a close friend of his, and you know, the media called us thugs. His thug friends. His thug friends? Well, this shit. There was his thug friends and their families that created him. They're still behind him, who believed in him when he didn't have shit. Not just him, the whole crew. So, hey, that's a story in itself, guys. A journey that I had, a privilege of being a part of when it comes down to seeing what a plan looked like and you execute it and it works. I can tell you about most of the daddies that we have we come from the rubber capital of the world, so it wasn't a broke town. We grew up in the middle class, you know, so it was like, hey, we wasn't no broke kids, but we still dealt with the streets because we lived in the streets. We were part of the streets. Southwest Akron, salute. West Side, salute. North Side, salute. East Side, salute. Salute Akron, Ohio, and what we done for our city to create LeBron James. It's like LeBron James is giving it back to us. Like I'm trying to give it back to you. The same concept, got the same attitude, the same damn thing. You look at everything I tried to do, it came from somewhere. It's mentality. If you're good at what you do, it's not bragging about what you do. You got to be good to do what you do so somebody will listen. That's why y'all here listening to me. And in the same process, I'm giving y'all I'm giving you the message. The very message that he lives on. The very message he tried to put out there, the same message that I'm trying to put to y'all, is just doing it in a whole different concept in a different sport. They gave it to me and I'm giving it back to you. We gave it to him and he gave it back 3 times bigger because he got the platform to stand up there and do that. Richie, all them. Yep. Barry Carter, every single one of them. Them daddies they daddies is my friends, good friends. We thugs. We thugs. Every single one of us. We gotta remember we had Gus Johnson coming out of Akron. Y'all might not know that the first LeBron James was Jimmy Lane. Jerome Lane. He was the first LeBron, the first kid that really hit the scene and made the NBA a smash was named Jerome Lane. I think a lot of LeBron's way he plays with the style of Jerome. Y'all need to go look up at YouTube and pull up Jerome Lane. He was, to us, our first LeBron. By the time we got done with Jerome, we had the LeBron situation, is you got to carry the team, and it was never a LeBron thing back then. It was a team thing. LeBron just kind of grew up and stood out, but the team itself was the important. Wasn't none greater than the other. We talked about LeBron because the team had just built their gameplay around the abilities of a great player. And as that made that player better, they got better and they became all great. I mean, how can he not take all of them with him when they created him? And why you think he came back home to us? Because we created him. And he get back, just like I'm trying to get back to y'all. I have people like Fat Bill and all these people right here that's in my chat room, and I am like them. I am like them. I can sit there and say I'm just nothing but the kid out of Akron, Ohio. I'm not even supposed to be here. I left the game of convict, remember? I left the game of convict to make sure that they could never come back and get nobody around me, because I let it all go. You put my face and name all over the damn America and make it sound like I am that, then I can't take no chances, and I did what any real person would do. That's real about their game. I sat down to protect the family, to protect the fraternity. So when I come back, just by luck, okay, I can accept that, and I can accept what I'm putting out. And I'm glad I got a lot to give you guys, you know? I'm not wasting it. I got a lot to give back. I'm proving that. Okay, I see In Too Deep. I remember In Too Deep. Dre, I remember In Too Deep. They was out there. They came a little late, but they did come in playing with some good ones now, all right? Yes, they did. They did. And some nice red ones, too. Y'all niggas from Akron, you better tell that boy who I am. If you're from Akron, Ohio, for those who don't know the twins, let me give you a little insight about me and my city. There's a lot of people I know in my city because I'm a very popular person in my city. In the city of Akron, Ohio, I am a legend, and it doesn't have anything to do with dogs. This kind of person me and my twin brother was. So we're not just Dogman legends. We are definitely very well known in Akron, and like any other place that we tend to go, we tend to be very inside of things. So not only that, I can tell you about James Ingram is my cousin. Philip Ingram from Switch is my cousin. Aretha Franklin is my cousin. So, you know, there's no reason why I would not know Lebron if I'm good friends with his mother. You can go on my Facebook, you'll find my sister in there with a picture of him standing there after he won the championship. There's no need for me to be running around and jumping on a camera with him being a felon and a person that I am. Why would I even want to mess up his image? I am not fit for LeBron James' image. He's my homeboy and he's my little nigga. So, you know, I don't need to jump out there, you know, for what? No, he don't need me around. No, I'm right where I need to be, in my lane, where it's safe at, not only for me, but for him too. But believe me, he knows me very well, and the family as well. Married and all them, their kids, their parents know who we are. And them growing up know who we are, but that's what counts. They did what they were supposed to do, and they gave back. And it's in my personality. It's in everything that you see that I do. You know, I'm turning around giving back what I created, you know, and accomplished, trying to give it back to somebody else to use. So the foundation and the things that I speak, they work hand in hand. It's not like it's something I got to brag and talk about. I'm too damn old to be having to brag about shit now in my life, except for that I'm one of probably the few people that ever had the chance to sit up here and tell a bunch of people that I had the most fun a person can ever ask for in life. You know, maybe, you know, the way God has set my life up to be where it's headed now, you know, it's not as gullible because, you know, who wants to die and know they're going to die? Okay, so I just look back at the life that I had and see, you know, it's all good now. I mean, I can't do nothing but enjoy the rest of it with y'all. I mean, if I was going to do anything else, why wouldn't I do this when this is what I love to do? You know what I mean? I mean, this is my last hurrah, guys. One day, My brother's gonna get on this TV show, this podcast, and give y'all some real bad news. Let's just hope it's further than near. You know what I'm saying? But I'm giving it all I got, and I'm in the corner coming out for the sake of I got the Lebron thing because I am one of those kids out of Akron, and I know exactly what he means by in the world that we come from, we're not even supposed to be where we are now. I know I'm not supposed to be where I'm at, and I'm nowhere close to him, but the relationship between the two, there's a relationship. I might not have all the money that he has or the success that he has, but I do have the story that he has. Because I was part of that story before he had a story. We had to give him a story to have. That's why he always thinking Akron. Why is he thinking Akron? You think he's talking about the business side of Akron, or is he talking about the ghetto side of Akron, which we came from? I am a product of Akron, Ohio. And I'm not nowhere close to LeBron's age. He was a kid to me. He played football for the South Rangers. I'm part of the South Ranger organization, always will be and have been. So, Summer Lake Hornets. Look in LeBron's life, you see the Summer Lake Hornets. Who were they? They were in my neighborhood. We were guys that actually put all these kids together, keep them out the street from killing each other, and giving them something to do. Football, basketball. Then we were still hood. We gonna gamble. We're gonna gamble. We're going to have the best of the best. We have great players coming out of Akron, Ohio. There's many great basketball players, there's many great football players, all based on the fact that you had guys like me stepping in our communities, trying to save our communities, like you see me trying to save this dog game. Yes, we do exist. I'm not a nobody. Only a somebody can make things happen. You cannot be a nobody and make anybody move, okay? You got to be a somebody, and I got that attitude, and I got that personality that I want something, I go out there and get it, and I will move people to get it done. It's just how it is in life. And in the process, I had the most fun. I didn't have to brag about me knowing LeBron. I know Akron, Ohio, and Akron, Ohio know me. That's enough. There's more than greatness in Akron, Ohio than LeBron. We got a lot of great football players. We got gold medalists. We got Emmys. We got Oscars. We got award winners coming out of our little town. And they ain't all white. Most of them being black. So I shout out to Akron. I shout out to any town that got somebody great that you can bring out on a platform and you can speak up on, because if you had a part of that, take the ride. I had a part of that. I take the ride. You know what kind of ride I take? I take the ride that I jump on his bandwagon wherever he goes. When he left Ohio, I wasn't mad. I'm pretty sure was nobody else mad in Akron that he left, because he was never going to be where he needed to be, waiting on Cleveland to win a championship. We'd rather see you leave away from home and come home and get it. But you got to go out there and get it, because you won't get it here. And he did just that. So can we all say from Akron, we stand up and say it proudly, we are the witness. We witness it. We witness the real city of Akron. The ghetto. The life that we live in Akron. We are the true witnesses to the up and coming in the beginning of LeBron James. When didn't nobody even know he existed. We knew he existed. And when this not him, it was us building our community. We was already fucking it up with the crack. Some of us took the effort to try to make it better. We needed our own doctors. We need our own lawyers. How are we going to get it? How are we going to make it happen? You got to put people in a position to make these things happen. All the drug money in the world couldn't help fix the way the streets were. But guess what? A whole lot of lights stopped getting cut off when we started taking care of our neighborhoods. A whole lot of gangs got put out of our city when we started taking care of our neighborhoods, because we can finance our own businesses. It wasn't that hard for the feds to come in. They had to come in full storm to shut down our city. To shut down our city, they was giving out life sentences. That's how bad it got, because we became powerful. Because when we have the ability to make what we want happen, like Lebron being able to go to that Catholic school and not only take him, but his whole team. And then the following year, the coach. Okay? That's a story. Coming from where they came from, things you don't know. But there's a story in there. And only those from Akron understand that and understand what that really means to us out here. Y'all can hate him all you want. Because we got enough people out there in the world that love him. But, you know, Akron, we was down with him from the get-go. We're going to stay down with him. And we're already on the bus. Y'all just catching a ride. We're the wheels on that bus. So every time he speak out like that and he's talking about the love that he gets out of Akron, Ohio, and why he does what he do from Akron, he's talking about those very same people who became the wheel that carried him. And if you're from the city of Akron, Ohio, you know who we are. You know who I am. And it didn't have nothing to do with no damn dogs. I'm going to be that nigga regardless of what it is that I do. Because I'm always set in that set of stone. That's my life. And that's just how I rock. So shout out to Akron. Hands up. Power moves. All that. Because y'all did a great job with me. Just like I did a great job with him. And a lot of other great jobs you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So I salute Akron, Ohio. I salute Kinston, North Carolina. I salute Tampa, Florida. I salute Buffalo, New York. I salute Rochester, New York. I salute all those guys. I salute Columbus and Cleveland, Toledo. I salute Arkansas, the Masons. I can salute all these guys because I can be standing there just like Lebron. I'm sitting here talking to y'all. I'm sitting up here with damn near 80,000 views within under 90 days. So when I got something to salute to y'all, I can sit there and say to y'all is thank you, because it would never be without you. But I have to thank the people who created the wheels that created me. And I want one day for y'all to say the same thing about me too. Because that's what I'm doing this is for. Just like they did it for me, I'm doing it for y'all. And that's why we say we're going to always keep it real here. I'm keeping it real. Well, big dog, everybody has their opinions. And like I say, it's always the people that talk the most that don't have nothing to show. I give Kobe all his respect, but big dog, for him to jump the box, or what kind of boxes you playing in? We don't even know who you are. You want to talk about him jumping the box when you're a nobody. You know, don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. But I'm just saying. Remember what I always say about those ones that open their mouth the most? It's the ones that ain't got shit to show. Well, I would have to put them in that category. Again, they stand behind each other. You don't have shit, but you can sit there and talk about somebody that got something. But you're supposed to be relevant. Okay, these are the kind of conversations y'all don't like to see me have, but I will have them. Because you say the stupid shit in my room, I'm going to call you out on it. I don't care about you not liking it. You know, stay in your lane. You have no right to talk about anybody. You have a right to talk about it, but then you have a right to open yourself up to criticism. That's like a bum standing in the street still asking for quarters, but say the guy up the street, he ain't shit. But you stand here on the corner still asking for quarters. It don't make no sense. What room do you have to talk? You don't even have no room at all. Yep, and I sure can. That's what leaders do. And we try to keep the people who don't have no business talking quiet, so the people who wants to learn and listen can hear. Catch my point there, young man? And if you're not young, you should be smart enough to know better by now. Grow up. And don't want to get in that back and forth with me. Moderators, we'll throw you out real quick. We're not putting up with that shit no more. Now, you want to test me? I'll really embarrass you and then still kick you out. All right, fellas, let's keep it going. We all here in this thing together. Anybody got makeup on and wants to be a clown, this is not the circus. Take the shit off your face and get out of our room. If you don't know what that means, I will show you. Remember, ain't none of that going down in the room no more. Ain't nobody gonna be able to hang out and do none of that. You will immediately be removed. You ain't talking dog and you're talking stupid, I will show you how quick I can get you removed. Now, dog, big dog, you got one more crack at this. You can fix your shit up or you can get the shit out. Either way, I'm gonna show you my action. I'll show you how fast I can make you jump the box. One thing for damn sure, I can make you disappear. And they said they went down and released the twin. No, they didn't, y'all. No, they didn't. They ain't released me yet. We're just going to do a little things a little bit more different. We're not putting up with that shit no more in our room. So let's move on. Let's go to something else. All right, y'all. We back on this shit again. Time is running out. I'm getting close to my end of the day. I think we had a nice talk today. We went over a couple of things. I'm happy that Fat Bill was interacting with a lot of y'all. Ain't y'all? I'm happy. I thank Fat Bill for coming in and engaging with us. I mean, really, thank you, Fat Bill. I really want to thank you for that. And I hope you do it more often because you see, I know how to shut up. I know when there's a Dogman in the room, what I say the rule is, Dogman hit the floor. Once he gets to talking, everybody else needs to sit down and shut up. If you see me doing it on my own platform, then guess what? I'm teaching you guys what real due respect is. You give these guys, they just do respect. I don't care how you feel about them. You know, the man deserves that type of respect coming from me. And if I can't show y'all that I can give it, then why would y'all want to give it to me? You can't see me giving it to somebody else. So it's a learning process for all of us. And I'm putting it right there on the table. I am who I am, and I'm giving you who I am. So let's enjoy that, and let's get down and continue having fun. Okay? Shout out to all you guys. I never seen you guys so active today. Y'all was real good today, man. We had a good talk, and we didn't really talk about much. But we had a good dog. We had a good day, man. Good dog day. Good dog day. Thank you, Dread. Thanks a lot of you guys. Sante. Good. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Because without you, a lot of these guys ain't gonna speak. So you're the voice of everybody. Those who speak up and speak out, you are the voice. And this is what we're looking for. All right, salute all of y'all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fat Bill is a legend as well as all around good guy. Everyone deserves respect. And you are damn right there, just as Mr. Stevens. I am totally in concordance with you, confirming that with you, sir, all day. And you're right. You are definitely right. Mike, let's get ready to close this thing up for the day, man. Because I didn't have much to say. It was a good Tuesday, y'all. And y'all really made it a good day because that's the way our chat's supposed to work. Guys are supposed to be welcome to come in here. None of this back and forth stuff. Nobody's putting each other down. Nobody's blah, 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 blah. We're getting down to the bulldog business of bulldogging. We got a ways to go. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Power move. Power move. You already know. Roses, roses, roses. You already know when 21 start hollering at it, it's coming to an end. He wants to see his colorful print. Let me tell y'all what he do, y'all. Let me tell you what he do. He go back and he goes all the way to the end of the videos when he say that, right? And he likes showing people all the roses and the thumbs up and the shit y'all be doing. He be out here showing people. Yeah, he shows y'all see y'all when I get there. Y'all gonna be like, oh yeah, I was there a little ahead of y'all. I sit there and watch myself go in the circles like, So if y'all see me doing this now, cause I was sitting there watching y'all before y'all came back, okay? Oh, they Cleveland Lewis. Keep bringing that shit out there, OG. I hear you, man. I'm gonna call you an OG, bro. Take one to know one, all right? All day. Thank you, sir. We are back. Yeah, they can't shoot this this plane right here. We got too many, what they call them things, boy, when you start throwing the little things out there for people to miss, they rather shoot that stuff than shoot the real target. You know what I'm saying? We gotta keep throwing this shit out there, y'all, so they can keep running into our barrage of shit. Keep letting them know that we are on to something and we on here to stay with it, stick with it, and ain't nobody gonna step on it. We ain't taking no sit down, we ain't getting no get downs. You stand in the corner because you didn't want to come out the corner because we gave you a reason you better not come out the corner. That's why we scratch hard. That's why we going hard. And we're gonna continue going hard because that's what we do. Bottom line, you can love me or you don't have to like me, but you can't deny me. You cannot deny me. And you cannot deny what's out there. And the truth is out there. Whether you like the truth or not, whether you want to hide from the truth, so be it. Just don't step on our parade. All right? That's all we ask. Respect us because we're going to try to give you all the respect you do. You do respect until you don't give it. And then we're going to take what we want to give you. All right? So let's love each other. Continue to be a respectful dog, man. Gentlemen that we are. But we're going to be ruthless in how we do things. Okay? Continue that because this is how it is when we step into that wall. And nothing nice about standing over there in that wall looking at somebody else ready to come over and get your ass in your money. All right? That's where all the truth is right there. The lie's right there. So everybody's got the power and the ability to stand there at that moment in time. Know that you always going to have my utmost respect. Always. And you deserve that from everybody that can do what you do. And those that can do what he do, salute him. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for all you new people. Yes, you have joined something that's real good and will continue being good, and we'd like to see you coming back. For those out there who really believe in what we're doing, guys. A lot of y'all out there faking the funk now. Look, we need help to move forward. Remember we said when we get them 1,000 subscriptions, when it really matters is when we need to start really looking out for what we're trying to put into our pot. Because it's the pot that's going to help us move. It's the pot that's going to take me out there. So y'all money is going to get me out there to come see y'all. You know, I have plans that I want to go see the last of the Untouchables. You know, I want to go see the last of the Untouchables. I want to go up here and I want to find some of my old friends of the old days and be able to go out there with them and sit down and bring it to you guys. Bring the stories to you guys straight out of the horse's mouth. But I need you guys to step up, man, and help support the movement. I need that support. You know what I mean? We have some big supporters out there, but we need more of you guys. We need more subscribers. We need more people. Hey, the things that this channel makes, being that we are now going monetary, it's not going monetary to make me rich. It ain't going monetary to make me rich because I don't need that money. You know what I'm saying? I need that money for us. I need to be able to spend that money on us. What we gonna do? What is our future gonna be? That's what we working for. That's what we pushing at. You know what I'm saying? It'll all come back. You all are part of this. You're not giving shit to me. You're giving it to us. Because this is what it's being used for. To this day and to the days to come until I cannot give it to you no more. So enjoy while you got it, fellas. Because nothing lasts forever. The only thing that I see to last forever, long after I'm gone, is the bulldog in you. I hope I put enough in a lot of you guys' heart that one day that y'all can sit back and be able to say the names that I say with my name included. You know what I mean? I want to be a part of somebody else's story. You know what I mean? A lot of my best ones are gone. You know, our time is coming. We have moved on. You know what I mean? But it's now, it might not be my time. I'm coming to the end of my time. But I want to make sure when my time really comes, that I left something there to keep my time going. And somebody else's story, somebody else's dream, somebody else's success. The only way that can happen, guys, we got to always continue doing the most important thing I always tell y'all that we got to do. Always got to do. As always, always, scratch to win.
Yeah, y'all know what's up. Hey, yo, I check y'all out in the parking lot.
Yeah, we're going to the parking lot today, fellas.
See y'all in the parking lot.
I'm up and I'm out and about. I told you I was gonna feel better today. We didn't put nothing early out there. We just came on today to just do a day with the fellas. Yeah, man, this has been a good day. I'd like to thank y'all all for coming out here. I hope all y'all got something out of this. I want to reach out to all my other brothers out there, Pro and Gang. What's up, baby? Salute. Continue doing what you do, baby. Pelican Bay. Stand up. Be strong, baby. Man, you come from the same cloth, brother. We should be able to get his right arm and you got the left arm. That's me and you. Let's get that together and bring it together, man. I'll be glad to come out there and see you, bro. Yes, I will. I'm going to show you that I'm going to make that happen too, bro. 7-8, you already know. You already got it going on. I want to be like you. I look at you guys like you my big brothers, all right? Triple J, same thing. Thompson Kennels. Much salute to you. You know what I mean? One day I hope I can get on there and get around to you and get the hollering at you. I see your dogs. You make it clear that you can see your dog. So you showing us the right way to do that. You're showing us the right way to do that, and you're looking good doing it, brother. So I'm gonna tell you, shout out to the Thompson Kennels.
To the chat.
To my chat room.
Chat. I need to give yourself some roses. Give your damn self some roses.
Yeah, let's just stop out the trash then, fellas. Let's just start punching shit out the door. We're gonna punch shit all out the door. Just punch shit out the door. Let's just
fill it up with roses.
Let's fill it up. Let's fill up the whole chat room.
Show up for yourself.
Yeah, salute yourself, fellas. Salute yourself. Please, thank you guys. Thank you very much. There you go, my boy. Yes. Hey, y'all, hope y'all checked out that survey. We got, is it better to travel for competition? We got 72% says yes. 28% says no. So we already know, the majority of us guys know that we're going to go where we got to go to get there. Ain't nothing wrong with you guys that want to stay home. Ain't nothing wrong. We ain't putting you down. We ain't saying that. We just talking about the majority of us on this night. Feel like that, hey, man, we got to travel to go get it. We don't matter who it is. As long as we get there and something happens, we good with that. Chat room. Chat room. Salute. first. Jigga what? Jigga who? Will do, Rubber City. And that goes for everybody else to send me some numbers. I'll make sure they get to the poppin' people, guys. You know that. As we get ready to make this journey to the parking lot, fellas, everybody get your drinks together. I see them bottles starting to pop up. Get them bottles.
right when you get here, right? Hold on. We don't talk when you get here, right? All right, you guys in the parking lot. And all y'all got home. And all I'm at home. It was a beautiful show tonight. I'm glad to see everybody stuck around. It's just one of them things that you know. This ain't the weekend. Y'all better act like y'all know this is the weekend. Take your asses to bed. I sure the hell am. I got a busy day tomorrow. And that's a good thing. But Pit Dog. Pit Dog. My brother. Just want to give you a special shout out. You got what you asked for. Got your boy Jiggle. And he gonna be there until we find something to replace him with. Until then, we're gonna be rocking Jiggle. But you guys, you know what? I'm gonna give you one more drop. Have to give you that last drop. I'm just gonna put it all in. Here we go. Yeah! Pedigree, my Pedigree. Salute, bro. Salute to all you guys. Till Friday, fellas. Till Friday.